Hello everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Hopefully this is a great experience for you. This workshop I'm preparing for front-end masters, so I'm giving it next week. So if it's really bad, please tell me so I can scramble to fix it before next week. But I think it's pretty good. I've been working on it a lot for a while. So. But a big part of why I'm giving this is to get your feedback. So please give me feedback. If you want to check out my slides, this is where they are, kcd.im/testing-workshop-slides. And I'm actually going to really quickly skip ahead just in case people haven't set things up. Please make sure that you can just go to the workshop repo and it'll show you how to set things up. We're not going to take time to troubleshoot if you have trouble, so hopefully you don't. If you already did set things up, please do a git pull because I made a couple last minute changes. So you don't need to rerun the setup or anything, just git pull should take care of everything that you need. Okay, great. So you can have that running while we start things off, and hopefully that's done by the time you actually have to code. So let's go ahead and start by standing. Could everybody please stand? Okay, this is great. So feel free to join us if you're physically able. Put your arms out in front of you like this. Squat down and come back up. This is an air squat. We'll do 12 of these together. And count out loud. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. We're closing the door. 5. Nobody should see this. 7, 8, 9. Almost there. No, 11. 12. All right, awesome. Stretch up high over your head. And lean over to one side and over to the other side. That feels great. Okay, and shake the hand of the person next to you and thank them for coming to the workshop. And that's it. Feel free to sit. Okay, so part of the reason I do that is that it's a great way to wake up. We don't do that enough, I think. The other reason is now you definitely know the person next to you, or you've at least shaken their hand. So if you need help or if they need help during the workshop, you can help each other. Teaching is the best way to learn, and so if things are coming naturally and easily for you during the workshop, see if you can find opportunities to teach others the things that you know, and that'll solidify your learning. So. Great. So this workshop, we're going to be talking about why, how, where, and what to test. And at least that's a goal. I'm going to talk about various different forms of testing, but we're not going to cover every single form in this workshop because that would be impossible. We are going to be talking about tools, Jest and Cypress. And yeah, they're great tools that I'm excited to show you. How many people have used Jest before? Okay, how many people used Jest when it was slow? Yeah, it was miserable, and now it is amazing. It is so good now. Anybody used Cypress before? It's not quite as popular a tool, especially considering it's not exactly public. It's still kind of in a beta, but it's going to change the way that people test applications. It's so good. But yeah, still beta. So we have an application that you all hopefully have set up on your computers that uses Express on the back end and React on the front end. And we'll be writing unit and integration tests for each side, the API and the client. And then we'll write end-to-end tests for the whole app at the end. So a couple things. This workshop's not free of trade-offs, especially Cypress. Cypress comes with a lot of trade-offs, especially right now. But I will hopefully be able to justify those trade-offs. And Jest also comes with trade-offs that we'll talk about as well. I'm not going to talk about all forms of testing. I'm not just giving a PowerPoint presentation. Hopefully your hands will be on the keyboard plenty. And I'm going to try and keep this away from being too technology specific. So I don't have any exercises for you to set up tooling or anything like that. But I will demonstrate how to set up some of the tooling. Because I think when you come into a new project, you're often not the one tasked to set up the tooling. The tooling already exists. And so it's useful to understand how the tooling works, but you don't have to set it up as much as you end up having to write tests. So in an effort to focus on the things that you're going to do more, I'll just demo how to set up the tooling, and then I'll give you exercises for how to write the tests. So yeah, if any of that is a surprise to you and you're like, yeah, this isn't what I'm looking for, feel free to quietly and secretively get up and leave. I don't want to waste your time. Okay, great. So this is the setup. Go to the repo and it has all the setup instructions and everything. Make sure that you have things set up. We are going to have a little bit of time before we actually get into the workshop, or like the part where you're actually coding up in the workshop. So if you haven't set it up yet, now is a great time. One other thing that I want to share about the workflow of this workshop. Actually, I'll share this a little bit late. Well, no, I'll share this right now. If we go to the repo, I have this workshop info markdown file that is kind of handy. And when we actually start getting into the workflow of like actually writing tests and stuff, because I have a couple of things I'm going to talk about before we get into that, we're going to like each topic, you'll have a demo, we'll have an exercise for you to complete, and then elaboration and feedback. And so this elaboration and feedback is actually a really important part of this whole thing. If we go here, basically at the end of each test, well, I should just show you what it looks like. If we go to, for example, this one, at the bottom of each test, there's this section where it has a failing test because submitted is false and then we're expecting it to be true, right? So the idea is that you copy this URL and you paste it into your browser and it will take you to this feedback form where you'll fill it out. And the really important piece here for your learning is this elaboration piece where you say, these are the things that I was taught, or these are the things I learned during this exercise. That will really solidify your learning. And then this bit will be really useful to me, so I appreciate the feedback you can give. Also, where did everything go? I think I've got like a couple windows open or something. Okay. So if you finish things super fast, try to help other people and even make a pull request, or actually if you have like a general tip, there is an issue on the repo for thoughts how to improve the workshop. So if you just have a general tip, you can, if you have time, you can put something in there. And then for like, so that's the general order of each topic. And then the order of the topics we'll cover are API unit tests, and then API integration tests, and then probably we'll get to this after lunch, the client unit tests and client integration tests, and then end-to-end tests at the end of the day. So a couple of like logistics on communication. Please raise your hand while I'm talking if you have any questions, and if you'd rather not like interrupt, you can feel free to ask in the chat, and I actually recommend having the chat open, and if there's a resource I share or something comes to your mind that's like relevant, you can paste it in there. Other people can benefit from that. And that chat, it can be found at gitter.im/kentcdodds/testing-workshop. There's a badge in the README of the repo that links to that. But yeah, that will hopefully be a great resource. I'll paste links in there as we go as well. If you want to ask a question but you don't want to ask it in front of everybody, feel free to ask me one-on-one. Just in Gitter, that's fine. Definitely fill out the surveys. If you think of something that you want to ask me but you don't want to interrupt the workshop and it's not really relevant or something, feel free to ask my AMA. Ask me on my Ask Me Anything repo. And then I tweet about stuff, so feel free to follow me. Okay, great. Any questions about logistics of the workshop or anything? Okay, I have a tendency to forget to take breaks sometimes, and so if you feel like you need a break, feel free to interrupt me and say, hey, can we take a 5-minute break? That'd be a good thing. It's good, important to take roots. Okay, great. So I do have a couple of slides to get us started here, get us kind of a holistic view around the why behind testing, as well as some of the different forms of testing. So has anybody seen this before? This is a picture of the first bug found in software. It's a moth found in the Mach 2, and I'm not sure whether this is Grace Hopper's handwriting or not, but yeah, it says first actual case of bug found. It was found in relay number 70, panel F. There was a moth in the relay, it messed up their program. And actually often people will cite this as the origin of the term bug. This isn't true. Thomas Edison wrote a letter once to somebody describing a bug being a flaw in the system. And he was referencing something that was common knowledge already. So I'm not sure exactly where the term bug comes from, but this isn't it. But I think it's pretty awesome. There are bugs in our software and not these kind of bugs. So what kind of bugs are there in our software? You just throw them out. I'll give you just an example to give you an idea what I'm looking for. So there are security bugs. What other kind of bugs? Memory leaks. Yeah, that's a great bug. Yep. I mean, no bugs are great, right? But unhandled exceptions. Yeah. Off by one errors. Yeah, those are the best. UI bug. Yeah, so they're regression bugs. Business logic. So like, I didn't realize that the RPS segment wasn't even present. Yeah, that happened to me recently. Accessibility bugs. Yeah, risk. Yep. Performance or memory leaks. User interface. Integration. So if we integrate with another API, that integration can have a bug in it. Internationalization. I get bugs like that all the time. Scaling bugs, there are many, and each one of these we kind of test for differently, but yeah, there are way more bugs than this. So what are the worst kind of bugs you've ever heard of? Like cause the biggest PR explosion for a company, or just cost somebody tons of money? You can tell us a story about one time you cost PayPal a lot of money if you want. Just kidding. Any bugs that you remember in recent history that?
It's not per se from me, but we had a bug on the market. Brazil sent out for a few minutes.
Brazil was down, or PayPal Brazil was down for a few minutes. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. Yeah, that's. Do you know what caused that?
So it was basically we had a JSON file which we ran on or we used to, and there was some octet strings in it formatted. So we ran. And I guess.
Whoops.
I somehow
Yeah, ouch. Yeah, so evaling JSON. Yeah, probably be good to write some automated tests around that, I guess. Well, hopefully you did after. Yeah, after that. Yeah, so here are a couple. Remember Heartbleed? Heartbleed was awesome. I'm just going to show you this XKCD to. If you don't know what Heartbleed was, this describes the bug really in a kind of fun way. So, excuse me. Here's a person talking to a server using some protocol here, saying, "Hey, are you there?" It replied potato with 6 letters, and it sends potato. Okay, reply bird with 4 letters, and it replies bird. And then it says, "Hey, reply hat with 500 letters." And it replies hat with the rest of the letters. It's like, oh, that's interesting information. I'll just jot that down. So that was like, in a very simple terms, that was Heartbleed. And this was actually, Heartbleed was, there's a whole website dedicated to it, which is kind of funny. But it was a vulnerability in OpenSSL, which is used by tons of people and maintained by very few people, which is kind of interesting. And yeah, I actually, this is kind of interesting. Heartbleed.com, you can go check it out later. But here's another one. Cloudbleed, sort of related. This was Cloudflare's little mess up recently. And let me see if I can find the line of code. Yeah, right here, that caused this bug. So basically, this caused, oh shoot, now I'm trying to remember, but like anyone using Cloudflare for DNS was leaking information across Cloudflare properties because of this bug. Yeah, sort of what happened was this generated C code caused a buffer. What's it called? It was jumping over the buffer. So, sorry. Yeah, buffer over. Yeah, I think that's right. And so what happened was this double equal should have been greater than or equals because the PP somehow jumped over the value of PE, and then it kept, well, it overflowed the buffer. So pretty wild. Seems like something like that may have, like that's just such a wild edge case that you might not think to test something like that. But, you know, things happen. So let's see, this one, I'm so glad I didn't cause this bug. This was in 1962, it was $80 million rocket exploded. In 1962, that'd be like a crazy amount of money in today's dollars. Like, it's a crazy amount of money in those dollars. But this bug was caused by a typo. It was a hyphen, the most explosive hyphen in history, that basically this was in an edge case, so the rocket wasn't able to communicate or receive instructions from the command center or whatever. And in that scenario, this code path was taken to basically say, okay, wait for instructions. And instead of wait for instructions, it was like, keep taking instructions and just do whatever. And what it ended up doing was like, it was going to come down for a crash landing. The engineers decided it'd be better to explode the rocket than to let it crash somewhere. So yeah, that was pretty wild. All from a hyphen, a typo. So yeah, test your edge cases too. The happy path is not sufficient. And then there's a Mars orbiter. This is the official release that you can go check out. But this Mars orbiter is floating somewhere in space, probably destroyed because, oh shoot, now I can't remember what caused this one. Yeah, so actually this is kind of interesting what they say here. The problem, sorry, what? Yeah, oh, that's right. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. So they were integrating two teams. Oh, metric units, yeah. So let's see. Yeah, one team was using English units, the other was using metric units, and they didn't convert properly. So that's an integration bug, I guess you could say. And it cost $125 million in 1999. Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks for mentioning that. But I wanted to say also. Interesting thing here is it was said the problem here was not the error, it was a failure of NASA's systems engineering and the checks and balances in our processes to detect the error. That's why we lost the spacecraft. So processes to detect the error, that sounds a lot like automated tests to me. Okay, great. So a bunch of really bad bugs. So how do we prevent bugs? When you come up against a bug, what's the first thing that you should think of to make sure this bug never happens again? What? Write a test is a great one. It's not the first one I'm thinking of though. Sorry, what? Don't write code bugs. That's even like first line of defense from what I'm thinking of. So the first line of defense is types. JavaScript, it's tough to do that, but with Flow and TypeScript, that's totally possible. And so if you can adopt types into your project, do it, because this is the first line of defense. It's statically analyzable, and so you don't have to write any tests. Like in JavaScript, sometimes you'll find people just really worried about the types that a function's accepting, and so they'll like, let's see what happens if we throw a number at that, and it's supposed to be a string, and so then you have a bunch of type checking, like manual type checking in your code. That's great, but it's not as good as typed JavaScript. So static types, first line of defense, other than not writing bugs, of course. Yeah. The next thing, if you can't adopt typed language or or like you couldn't catch it with types, then linting is another great line of defense. Learn how to write custom ESLint rules and see if you can prevent these bugs. For example, on the P2P team, we recently had an issue where we passed the request object into a logger, which printed the request object, and it took a whole minute to print that because it was an enormous object, and that caused all kinds of chaos on our servers. CPUs spiked, and it was not good. And that's something that we could catch. Well, actually, that's something we could catch with types, and I think we're doing that now. But if you can't use types, then you could catch that with linting. Just make sure you're not calling this function with the request object. And then testing. So after you've done these two things, then testing. And then there are various forms of testing that you can apply based on the given scenario. So that's what we're going to look at next. So what kinds of testing can we do? Here's a quick example, unit testing. What other forms of testing are there? Yeah. Penetration testing, other kinds of testing. What? Performance testing, yeah. That was actually my next one. Very good. Somebody's looking at my slides. Oh, I'm just kidding. Huh? Load testing, yeah. Security testing, yep. Accessibility. There are tons of forms of testing. Fuzz testing, that one's kind of fun. I like saying it. But yeah, lots and lots of different forms. And this isn't a comprehensive list or anything. Interesting thing about these forms of testing is lots of them overlap, and so it can be a little challenging to know where to focus. So I could catch this bug with an end-to-end test, but I could also catch it with an integration or a unit test. So which do I use? So we're going to be talking about those three: unit, integration, and end-to-end. And just to make sure we're all on the same page, we're just going to kind of describe those. With unit and integration tests, the line is a little bit fuzzy actually. And I don't really mind. I don't feel like we really need a solid line between the two. But in our example, the line will be fairly clear, and hopefully as we go through the examples that will be more evident. So anyway, what is a unit test in your mind? Yeah, so what would a unit of code be? Yeah, function. Yeah, it's really nice to be able to boil it down to a function. Especially if this function is pure, then you can always give it the same input, always get the same output. Easiest thing to test ever. I love testing pure functions. And I write as many of them as I can because of that, in part because of that. So here's an example. This comes from Una Kravitz. This is a great tweet that has all these images I'm going to show you, where she kind of describes it in a UI sort of idea. So here we have this input field, and it has an error. So your unit test would just test the functionality of this input field. If there is no error, then there's a checkbox. If there is, then there's an X, and there's an error. So that would be a unit test. Whoops. And then integration test. What is that?
When you test the controllers, it's back with your endpoint, and it does all the magic.
Yeah. So just for the sake of those who couldn't hear it, like in Kraken or in Express, you have a route, and you hit, you spin up the server, hit the route. It does all of the stuff on the server side, comes back with a response. That's exactly what we'll be doing today with our Express server. So in a UI standpoint for integration test, we have this drop-down component, and you could say, okay, when I click on this, it goes and like makes a request. Maybe it doesn't actually. Your test shouldn't actually make an HTTP request or anything, but you have some sort of mock or something, and so it makes that request, and then it displays the results in that drop-down list. That would be an integration test. So ensuring that it makes that request. Okay, cool. End-to-end test. What would be an end-to-end test, or what is an end-to-end test? Yeah, so that would be sort of like an integration test. End-to-end test is more of like it's. I think some people call it flow testing, where you pretend you're a user and you want to accomplish a task, and you go through all the steps necessary to do that. So here's an example of that. It would be like your registration form or something where you enter in a username, you enter in a password, you hit sign up, and that new user now exists in the database and they can log in. So end-to-end tests are normally like a lot more involved than the other forms of testing. And in fact, each form gets more involved. Unit testing is normally fairly straightforward, and then integration it covers a lot more ground, and then end-to-end covers like a ton of ground. And in the same way, your code coverage increases with each form as well. Like unit tests, you get a function, that's great. Integration, you could get like the whole controller, and you're hitting services and stuff. And then end-to-end, you get like the full experience. And code coverage is pretty difficult to track with end-to-end tests. So I actually recommend against even trying, because it's really not all that worth it. You want to think more about like use case coverage than code coverage. But anyway, we can talk about that a little bit later. Let's see, I think there was something else I want to talk about that. Great, yeah, so how do we know where we focus our time? So this graphic comes from Martin Fowler. It's called the test pyramid. And I really like these parts of the graphic right here, the left and the right. But I don't like what he's calling the stuff in the middle, so I'm just going to fix that from an image from the Google blog. And the basic idea here is the further down you are on the pyramid, the faster they run, the faster it is for you to write, and the easier they are to maintain. The easier they are to maintain is the cost side of things. And so, yeah, as you go up the stack, they become slower, cost more in terms of maintainability and that kind of thing. But at the same time, one thing that this doesn't demonstrate is the value that you get out of these. You get way more value out of end-to-end tests than you do out of integration or unit tests. So testing is all about trade-offs, and that's life and programming. It's all about trade-offs. Any questions about different forms of testing, their place, the value, anything like that? Okay, sweet. So it's time to look at our app. Huge shout out to Thinkster, who created the original application from which I forked these projects. This is actually a really awesome project. It's realworld.io. We'll send you to the repo. And it is an application called Conduit that has been implemented in 3 different front ends and 3 different back ends. The back ends serve up the exact same API, theoretically, and the front ends consume that same API. So you can mix and match any of these. We did the React and Redux and the Node and Express because we're JavaScript people, I guess. And so that's what we'll be using. This was so awesome because I didn't want to spend my time making a really bad application for you to test on. This is a really cool application that's like real use cases and stuff. So thank you, Thinkster. So this is the app. It's called Conduit. It is a blog posting app. It's kind of like Medium. And so you have like your homepage, you're not signed in, and then you can click sign in here. and sign in. You can also sign up. And you have your settings. Once you've been logged in, you can update settings, make a new post, and see the post and make a comment. So there are several full-fledged features in here. You can favorite other people's comments. You can follow other people. So yeah, pretty cool stuff. So what are some of the things that you can think of that you'd want to test? In like some of the use cases you would want to prevent from breaking. Yeah, that'd be huge. Like, think about this in a PayPal context. If people can sign in, that'd be enormously terrible. Yeah. What else? Yeah. I don't know if that feature actually exists. Maybe it does. If it doesn't, then that would be a great one to test drive. We're going to talk about TDD a little bit. What else? Huh? Yeah. Definitely the ability to comment. And all of these, or most of these, you could accomplish, or feel relatively confident using unit integration or end-to-end tests. And so, it really is kind of a judgment call on what it is that you feel confident enough with a unit test or integration or end-to-end. And yeah.
You mentioned unit or integration. Sign in, right? You have to do to make sure user actually sign in to sign up. You have to call it database.
Yeah.
So isn't integration test going to solve the problem as compared to? Because won't you stub the database calls? So you would actually not test users signing in?
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's the trade-off that you make, is you say, okay, well, and this is kind of the idea is with your end-to-end tests, or sorry, when you're thinking about user flows, you want to kind of make a judgment call of how bad would it be if this broke? How confident do I want to be that this always works? The more confident you want to be, the more you should use a higher form of testing, like end-to-end. So, maybe, for example, on this, when you're creating a new post, maybe entering tags that's something that we want to make sure doesn't break. But if it does break, it's not like a terrible worst thing ever. And so it might be okay to just do a unit test on that component, or maybe an integration test, to make sure that to feel a little bit more confident. It really kind of depends on how confident you want to be that this thing's not broken. And sometimes you'll actually write an end-to-end test for a whole flow, and then you'll write unit tests for some of the edge cases. Because good luck covering everything in end-to-end tests. That's super hard to do. And so often it's really useful to do the happy path with end-to-end. Maybe do a couple of sad paths or bad paths. I don't know what you call those things. Unhappy paths. That's what it is. Unhappy paths. So yeah, maybe do a couple of unhappy paths where you want to be confident those actually work. But most of the time you can get a lot of bang for your buck by doing happy path end-to-end and then unit or integration for everything else. So, yeah, but it's all trade-offs. You have to consider that. Oh, sorry, any other questions before we move on? Okay, sweet. So let's talk about the way the app is structured, so you can get a feel for how things are. We have, and this is only part of the structure, but this is the most important for you. We have the API folder, so this is our API server, and in here there's a demo folder, and that you won't actually be needing to touch that or anything. I'll just be using that as a place to explore and demonstrate things for you. And when I'm doing that, don't try to follow along with me. I will be going too fast and you will be frustrated. So I will give you opportunities to do exercises. But when I'm doing demo stuff, don't you can try and whatever, but just know that you'll probably end up being frustrated. So yeah, and there's also the source directory and test directory. So in for our unit tests, we actually co-locate our tests in the source files. There are lots of great reasons for that. Feel free to ping me later if you're curious why we do that. But then we have a test directory for integration tests because you can't really co-locate integration tests very well. So yeah. Then there's also this API final that mirrors much of the same structure, and this is for like the actual working version of the API directory, at least any of the files that are different. And so that's useful for you if while you're writing the test, you're like totally stuck and you don't want to ask me for some reason. Then you can go just reference it and see what my solution was. I recommend against doing that too much, but it's there for you if you need it. It's also there for me if I need it, because sometimes I do. And then we have the similar kind of setup for the client, and then there's Cypress, and I forgot to add there's Cypress and then Cypress Final as well. So that's the app folder structure. One other important piece of this is the scripts that you'll be running. So in this project, there's a huge amount of scripts to automate tons and tons of stuff, like starting Mongo and at the same time starting the server and at the same time starting the client. And so we're using npm package scripts called nps to manage this. And the way that's managed is package scripts.js file in each of the directories. So in the root directory and then the API and client directory. And so if you want to see what you can do, then you change directory to the one that you're interested in. You run yarn start help or npm start help, and it'll output to you the scripts that are available. It actually hides a couple that I use. So yeah, but it'll tell you like the name of the script and the description. If you want to use, instead of like typing yarn start or npm start all the time for all your scripts, you can install nps globally, and then you can just do nps and then the name of the script, and it'll run. So just if you want to do that. Okay, so let's make sure that everything's working. Go to the root directory and run yarn start dev. Let me bump that up a little bit. Yarn start dev. What this script is going to do is run a couple scripts simultaneously, Mongo, API, and client, the dev for each one of these. And it should pop open localhost 8080. Who's seeing that? Huh? Without yarn? npm start. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, so npm start dev, which is the same. Also install yarn, because it is so awesome. Yeah, okay, maybe I should just do npm. More people have npm. Okay, so I actually, if you cloned right after we started, like I said, you'll notice there's actually a bug, and I planted that so that we could fix it. But the bug is none of the user avatars are loading. So we'll go fix that later. But you should hopefully be able to like click around. You should be able to sign in. There is a user account that is automatically loaded into your database, and it's joe@example.com. And Joe, so why don't you try to sign in right now? So it's joe@example.com, and Joe is the password. And that should sign you in. And yeah, you should be able to go to settings. You should be able to make a post. I just described the title of some tests. You should be able to go to settings. You should be able to make a post. Haha, we'll actually write some of those. Hey, check this out. It actually does filter by tags. Fun fact. I totally forgot, or I didn't know that, did I? And yeah, you should be able to favorite things. So get to know the app a little bit, because we'll be working in this quite a lot. Yeah, but that's the app. Hopefully it's running for you okay. Let's see. Yeah. So let's go. Let's see. So what I'm going to do is I really want to get you all typing. So I'll just ask you the question. I want to show you how to set up Jest in the tooling, and that would be like a really great intro to that piece. But the API unit test is fairly simple. I don't think you need to understand all how the tooling is working and stuff to do that piece. So would you rather have me like just keep on talking myself, and I'm going to actually like live code setting up a project with Jest. So would you rather have me do that first, or would you rather have me like give you a demo so you can actually write a couple tests first? We're going to do them both. I'm just wondering what you'd rather have do first. Like if you're getting tired of me just sitting up here and talking, then you're not? Huh? You want to code first? Yeah. Okay, great. And then we can talk about setting up the test. So I'm going to actually close down my server here with just Command-C. By the way, these fancy colors and stuff, this is coming from a package called Concurrently, and Concurrently is amazing. It is so good. Yeah, I love Concurrently. Like, I was able to spin up Mongo, the API, and the client all with a single command, and then I just killed them all. Yeah, so Mongo stopped. Like it's so awesome. And our unit test or our end-to-end test suite like runs with this. Yeah, it's so great. Concurrently is a great package. Thank you. Shout out to that person who created it. Okay, so like we were talking about earlier, unit tests are the easiest, and especially if you're unit testing something that is stateless, like a stateless function, a pure function. So I've got a pure function here, and again, like don't try to follow along unless you really want to. I'm gonna be moving more quickly than you might want me to. Sorry, I just realized that I forgot to do something or set up something that was kind of important. Okay. So we have this utils file here. And let me oops. Sorry, I should probably like keep notes for myself so I don't have to look this up. Demo unit. Okay, don't look at the man behind the curtain. Okay, so we have this utils file here, and it has this make a sandwich function that takes a request object. And if the sandwich is a string or is not a string, then we'll return null. So the sandwich on the query. And if it is, then we'll just return what it is. So pretty straightforward function. Not a whole lot of things to cover here. So when we're talking about writing tests, the way that you kind of generate what cases you want to cover is like sometimes, especially with unit tests, it can be really easy for you to look at the code and see an if statement as an if statement and a branch that you want to cover. And that can be a useful cue. But you don't want your test to be goes through the if statement. This is called testing abstractions, sorry, it's testing implementation details. We don't care about implementation details. Maybe it's not an if statement. Maybe it's a ternary. Maybe it like fires missiles. I don't know. Like we don't care how it's implemented. We care about what input do we give it. What do we get out of it? Because once you start testing implementation details is when refactoring breaks your test, and you don't want that to happen. Refactoring should never break a test. So instead, when we look at a function or when we look at some functionality, what we're trying to think of are use cases. What use cases do we need to support to make sure that this functionality never breaks? In the case of a pure function like this, it has a very well-defined API. And you want to think about the users of this API. What pieces of this API should people be using? How should they be using it? And what use cases do we need to continue to support? So that means that not always will you wind up with 100% code coverage, and that may be okay. I should probably mention right now that code coverage is a really useful metric, but doing 100% code coverage in applications is not always the best way to go about things. You normally reach diminishing returns around a made-up number of 75%. Yeah, think more about use cases that you want to continue to support and not break, rather than implementation details. Okay, with all of that said, and I may bring that up a little bit later as well, because that's like a big principle. The use case that I want to support is if I provide you a query string that has a sandwich on it, then I'm going to get back that sandwich. If I don't, I'm going to get null. So I'll say with no query or no sandwich, query returns null. I'm just making up this test name. That's probably, yeah, here we go. Returns null with no sandwich query. That makes more sense. Okay, so another thing that we're going to need though, how many people here are comfortable with ES modules? Like ES6, more people comfortable with CommonJS? Let's just go with CommonJS then. So we're going to bring in the utils. Oh man, we're already using ES modules. So sorry if you're not comfortable with ES modules. Hopefully it should be fairly straightforward. It maps pretty well to CommonJS. So if this is really confusing for you, please let me know so I know whether it's worthwhile for me to go update these for the actual workshop. CommonJS. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to actually import this function. So import make me a sandwich from utils. So that utils file, here we'll just look at the folder structure. This utils test is inside this test directory, and then utils is sitting right there. So we're importing it from that file. Okay, cool. So let's construct our test data, and this function takes a request object. So we're going to make a request object here, and this request object has a query. And that query, in our case, is not going to have a sandwich. We'll just leave it. Just see what happens. So we'll call make a sandwich with the request. And we'll go ahead and console, or here, we'll assign that to a result. And then we'll console log the result. And we see we have null, faster than the speed of light. So great, that's exactly what we want it to be. So we'll expect the result to be null, and actually there's a to be null little function we can call there too. And great, it's passing. One mistake that I have made that I hope you never make is say it's passing and move on, because you don't know, maybe your test assertions aren't actually running. It could be that you have some weird thing going on in here where you put it in a catch block and your test assertion never runs. So here I'd say not to be null, and my test still passes. I've done this, I've seen this. Don't do this. So to avoid that, you always make sure that it's possible for your test to fail. Does my assertion fail? If it does, then you know that your assertion can succeed, and then you can move on. So make sure your assertions can fail. Any questions about that? Okay, sweet. So this next use case we want to support is that it returns the sandwich that I give it when I send it a sandwich. So returns, let's see, the sandwich if there is a sandwich. And we'll just copy this here. And for our query now, we're going to have a sandwich. What's the best sandwich ever? BLT? Oh, what?
That's just the first thing I
BLT?
remember, BLT.
Yeah, actually that is my favorite sandwich. So perfect. So we'll say result equals make a sandwich with the request. And we'll just go ahead and console log the result to see what we've got. BLT, perfect. So we'll expect the result to equal, or to be. We'll talk about the distinction of some of these a little bit later, some of these assertions. But great, it's passing. So what do? Make sure that it can fail, and it does, so we're good. Okay, great. Hopefully, even if the tools that we're using aren't familiar, at least the principles that we're talking about are. That's the important part. Yeah?
This is probably a silly question. So, what is test? Usually, whenever we test, we always involve child. So, what is?
Yeah, we'll talk about. That's a great question about how Jest works. We'll talk about that next. Maybe once I'm finished with this, we'll do like a break and something, and then we'll come back and I'll set up Jest. And yeah, thanks. Okay, cool. So a couple last things before I set you loose on your exercise. One thing that we'll notice here is we have this BLT in two places. Now the totally dry developer in you would say, oh, let's make that a variable and share them. You can go a little bit too far with dryness, but I actually believe that this is definitely a case where you want to share the variable. But it's not to be dry, it's to be explicit. It's to say that these two things change together. Like this thing is this way because this thing is this way, right? So I'm going to pull this out. And we'll just say sandwich is equal to BLT. And we'll say that this should be the sandwich. And that way you're really explicit. Like I can call this whatever I want. It doesn't matter. Just the fact that these two things are related in that very explicit manner. I think that's an important part of tests. Another really important part that we'll talk about later is that it's very easy for us to determine what's the important part of this test. So I'm actually going to go overboard to demonstrate that really quick. Yeah, I normally wouldn't do something like this in this small of a test, but I'm going to demonstrate it anyway just to make a point. So there are a couple of similarities between these tests, and it might be a little, it might not be totally straightforward. What's the difference between these tests that make the difference in the output? Okay, it's a little bit easier with this because the rec object is so small. But I've seen some request objects that have Kraken abstractions, and they're these enormous objects. And you'll have 6 tests that are using basically the same request object shape with just a couple of differences. And it makes it really kind of difficult to know what's the important part of this request object that impacts the outcome of this test. So we're going to create a function called getRec, and this is going to take overrides. We'll call this query overrides. And then we're going to take this request object and we'll return rec. And then we need to combine these query overrides with the query object. And so we'll say that just an empty object is the default case. And then we'll say object.assign these query overrides to that query object. Right? Okay, sweet. So now we can use this, and here we'll just call that, and we'll say, no, this is the default case, nothing special here. The default case means it's going to be null. And in this case, getRec sandwich. And now it's very clear, okay, the important part, or the difference between these two is right there in this, the fact that the sandwich is the important piece. And so again, talking about dryness, you can take dryness way overboard and build all these abstractions that are really difficult to follow, and that can be very bad. But in a testing context, having the overboard on dryness principle is a little bit different. Not a lot, but a little bit. So having abstractions like this that make the test really clear are actually quite useful. And especially when the abstraction is in the same file, then that is even less of a problem. If the abstraction gets to be really big, then you create a library, you test it, you document it, and then suddenly you have Enzyme for testing React. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with building abstractions for testing, but you can go overboard in some cases. So anyway, does that make sense? Okay, like I said, in this case, this might be a little bit overboard, but I would still accept a pull request that looked like this because I think it's really straightforward. Okay, cool. So now your turn. So we're going to go into the API directory, in the source directory, in, let's see, where is it? In routes, yeah, API source routes __ tests __ utils. So I'm going to actually just put this right here. So it's API source routes tests utils.js. And then you're going to, and so that's where the file you open in your editor. And then you'll cd into the API directory in your terminal and run nps, let me remember what it is. Yeah, nps test, or sorry, you won't run nps because you probably don't have it installed. So npm start, test.unit.watch. And that will start the test in watch mode. And it should just say like no tests found related to files changed since last commit, which is one of the most amazing features of Jest ever. It only runs the files that are relevant to the changes that you made. What? This is so cool. So and then there's this watch usage output which you can look at. It's pretty cool. Jest has this immersive watch mode that's just so cool to use. But what you're going to do is you can go ahead and just like add a new line to this this file and hit save, and it'll start running those tests because those have been changed. And you should get 2 passing tests and 1 failing test, and that's because these 2 tests actually haven't been written yet. So no failures means no, or no errors means no failures. And then you have this elaboration and feedback test. So let me just, before I set you loose on this, one last thing. Let me show you the file that you're testing. This one is in that same basic location, API source routes utils. And what this does is it takes a request object and it does something actually useful, nothing to do with sandwiches. This is using JOTS. Anybody familiar with JOTS, JWT? It's a form of authentication that is like this stateless form of authentication. It's really cool. And one of the tenets of JOTS, I will show you actually. I'm going to sign in with Joe at example.com. And oh, my server's down. Whoops. Rats. Let me just start that up again. By the way, this dev server thing, it will reload the app on the client when you make changes and reload the server when you make changes. And it's all like transpiled and all the magic. Yeah, it's great. Okay, so actually after like setting up all the tooling around this app, I feel bad that I can't like actually work on this app. It's pretty cool. Okay, cool. So anytime on the client, anytime you make a request, there are going to be headers, request headers, pretty standard. But we're adding on this authorization header. And this has the word token with a space, and then this giant string of messiness that actually you can decode and you get an object. You can go to jwt.io to do that. It's kind of cool. So what this utilities function is doing is it takes this full string, so the full header, and it splits it by a space, and then it makes sure that the first part of that split is the word token. And then it says, okay, if that's the case, then the second part is going to be my token, and let me get that. And that's the token I'll use for my authentication. So that's what our utils function is using or doing. And that's the use case you want to try and support with your tests. So I kind of gave you a couple of tests. Let me know if you'd rather that I don't give you the test structure, because that might be more useful. But yeah, go ahead and flesh out those tests, and then fill out the feedback, and then we'll take a break, like a 10-minute break. So I'll give you until I'll give you like 25 minutes, I guess. Maybe that's too long. Maybe like 20 minutes or so. I'll check in with you in 15 minutes. How's that? Sorry? Yeah. Let me pull that up. Oops. Right here. So that's where you are going to go, and you need to be in the API directory, and you run that script to start the test. So I'm going to show you this a little bit more when I talk about actually setting up Jest and stuff. But I've noticed lots of you doing console logs, and that's great, and keep doing that. It's a great way to debug. I do that. But I wanted to show you something that is just so totally sick with Jest. Console log here. Like that's pretty common, but most of the time you'll say here, like give it some sort of unique identifier, because you're going to have a bunch of these, and each one needs to be different, right? Not with Jest. You don't need to do that, because it's going to, for every console log, it's going to give you like a little prefix here that says where that console log came from. Including in like any of your dependencies, so if somebody's console logging or erroring or something, you can go find exactly where it was. I love Jest. I love it so much.
Is this in or did it require some configuration?
No configuration. And it's been this way for a couple months.
A couple months. Okay.
Yeah.
So if we set it up like 5 months.
Yeah, maybe not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly when it got in. 5 months, maybe not.
Yeah, even this watch thing.
Oh yeah, dude, this watch thing is so cool. Like, you can filter by file name, so utils, right? I got utils, awesome. But you can also filter by test name, like null, which returns null of no token, and I'm only running tests that match that regex. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, or only running changed files. That is awesome. Like, put that into your Git hook. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna help. Yeah, because right now it's just like we do this pretty quick fix it for like maybe run all tests at once before we tell us that application.
Yeah. And what's even cooler is if you do run all of those tests and you're running in watch mode and you just want to run them all, if one of them fails, the next time it starts the run, it'll run the failed ones first.
Oh.
So you know, like right away whether this one's busted. It's just like these little tiny details that tell you, okay, Jest is a product. It's not a framework. Like it has a user experience, and that user experience is really good. And it's only getting better. They're doing even more really awesome things. So that's some of Jest.
It used to be so bad.
Yeah, well, actually, Christoph gave a talk at Facebook F8 just 2 days ago about that whole process. So, yeah, let me just find it and I'll paste it in the chat. So we'll go to Twitter, because he tweeted about it. Actually, I think Facebook Jest tweeted about it. So let's go to that one. Yeah, right here. So I'll paste that in the chat. It was a great talk. So it also talks about Yarn and how, like, why they built Yarn and how that happened too.
I'm really excited that I wanted to do our project, but there was a lot of issues with private repos that I don't know if they've resolved it.
Yeah, we're still working on Yarn support in our project too. But I use Yarn like personally on my computer, and it's amazing.
So it's not just there.
So I'm not exactly sure what, like, infrastructure-wise. I'm pretty sure that we've got a pull request right now that uses Yarn, and it works. Yeah, so yeah, just gotta take the time to make it work.
Yeah.
So Joe Fraley is asking a question about using Node Debugger to debug your tests in a browser or in DevTools. And there's actually, I have not, let's see. So I have done it before, but I don't do it a lot. And I am actually on this thread right now on Jest that talks about the debugger. And it is open. Yeah, with node inspect. Yeah, this one, where it talks about some problems that people are having with this. I'm not exactly sure. I think that there's supposedly like it should work now or something, but I'm not sure. So you can go look at that and see if you can get Jest working in a browser. Or sorry, I should be very clear. Jest does not work in a browser, and I'll describe that when we're setting up the tooling and stuff. But you can run inspect, node inspect, and debug Jest in the browser DevTools. Presumably, assuming this bug has been sort of resolved. I'm not sure though. But that is a really great experience once you get that working, because being able to use the developer tools that you're used to is really great. And that's actually one of the reasons that I love Cypress, which we'll talk about this afternoon. Okay, raise of hands, how many people are finished? Okay, awesome. I'm going to go through the solution, then we'll do like a 5-minute break, and then we'll do setting up Jest. Yeah, and hopefully we can get to integration test before lunch. So, great. So, oh, whoops, I should keep this running. So the solution is returns null if there is no. Oh, whoops. Let me actually get my notes so I don't make a fool of myself. Oh, whoopsie. Okay. Okay, so cool. I'm going to make a rec object, and this is going to have headers, property, and just a blank object. And then we'll get our results equals get token from header and rec. And we'll expect the result to be null. Save that, and it should be passing. So I'm gonna skip this for now, so we don't get that. So we'll say not. Make sure our assertion is running. It is, so we're good. Any questions about that first test? Okay, cool. And then we'll create another, here, we'll just copy like a bunch of things. So we'll create another rec object, and this one has a token. And we're going to use a template string to generate our token. Token space, and then token. And we'll make our token const token, whatever we want, so long as it is valid. Oh, thank you. It's authorization header. What just happened? What am I doing wrong? There we go. Oh my gosh. I don't know JavaScript. There we go. Okay, but it's not going to be null, so that's good. To the token. Sweet. And I'm probably checking too much here because we just saw that it was not working. Okay, so then the last thing, make sure that you fill this out. That is really, really useful for me. And then I'm just going to switch this from submitted false to true. And poof, everything's working. Anyone have questions about that exercise? Was that helpful? Yeah? Okay. Feedback is really appreciated, so please fill out that feedback. Oh, that's right. I forgot to fix that. Don't worry about it. I will fix it in the form. So you just do what you do, and I'll fix it in the final results when I get those. Thank you. That's fine. Okay, cool. Great. So everybody ready to talk about Jest tooling? Meta question.
I was trying to say a lot of words.
Oh, and it did like this giant weird
Well,
thing.
first off, it failed, and I tried to.
Yeah. So yeah. If you want to prevent the Git hook from happening,
I can always.
yeah, you could always say no verify. But that is not as awesome. I should have made it so you have to opt into Git hooks, but just go into your package.json in the root directory and delete the pre-commit. If you want to be able to commit stuff without running this giant script that like blows everything to smithereens, just remove pre-commit and that will fix it. I'm going to do that too. Okay, cool. So setting up Jest. I'm going to do this in an entirely different project on my desktop. And I'm going to, I've done this already, so let me just keep track. Okay. So we're going to make a directory setup Jest math. So we are going to make a math module. Does mathy things. Oops. There we go. Stick those together. Okay, so totally empty project. There's nothing in here. And I'm just going to initialize this project like we would anything else, using Yarn, of course, because it's the best. But you could do something similar with other tools, npm. So we're going to do yarn init y. That'll create us a package.json that's pre-filled with some stuff. I have it configured to do special things. And then to start out with Jest, we'll do yarn install, yarn add as a dev dependency Jest. With npm, you'd say npm install --save dev Jest. And it will take you at least twice as long to run that install. But eventually you'll get Jest in your dev dependencies. And we'll go ahead and add a script so that we can actually run Jest. So, this is scripts. And we'll add a test script. And all it does is run the Jest binary. Now, if you're not familiar with how this works, your npm scripts are awesome because when this command is run, it is run with this node modules /bin added to your path, which means that anything inside this .bin is available for use in your scripts. So that's kind of cool. And that's how that is working. So now if we run Jest, or if we run npmt, which is equivalent to npm test or npm run test, then we're going to get this error that says, hey, I didn't find any test files. So you'll notice here that there is some configuration that it's saying, some default configuration. So it's saying, hey, I'm looking for tests in this directory. That's the root of where I start looking for tests. And then I look for tests that match this regex. So anything that matches __ test __, like any of the thing, and sorry, this isn't regex, this is a glob. But any of the things that are in one of those directories, I consider to be a test. And it can also be called JSX, which I think is the weirdest thing ever, but if that's your thing. Or it can have .spec, .js, or .test.js. So those are the defaults, and you can override that if you want to follow a different convention. And then it also, by default, ignores node modules because it loves us and doesn't want our computer to freeze. So let's go ahead and follow this convention. In our project, we're using __ tests __. As much as I hate saying it, that's what we're doing. And it's yeah, that's what we do on the P2P team. And I used to not love it, but now I'm starting to like it. So that's what we're gonna do. So and we'll just yeah, it kind of does it like. Yeah, I kind of like that about it. It's like, okay, these are tests, because especially if you get like 10 files and then you add 10 tests next to those files, it's like kind of nice to separate those. So yeah, so here I just called this sum, and we're gonna just write a quick test here. It says it runs. We'll say expect true to be false, and if our tests fail, then we're good. So npm t should fail. It does. We're working. Great. So that is setting up Jest. Ta-da! Jest is so easy. Watch the. Well, yeah. There's more. So I'm going to go ahead and actually test a module. So I'll make a new file called sum.js. And in here, I'm going to create a function called sum. It takes two numbers, a and b. And then I'm going to module.exports the sum function. So using CommonJS here. And this a and b will be added together. You see how it's automatically adding semicolons? It's because this project, or because my editor is using Prettier. And I don't care that it's adding semicolons. I'm just not going to type them. Ha! I love Prettier. And yeah, you can learn more about that another time. So let's go ahead and test this sum function. So we'll just const sum equals require sum. And then we'll say adds two numbers. And we'll expect sum of 1 and 2 to be 3. And then we'll run the test again. And they're passing. Wonderful. And we've already verified it can fail, so I think we're good there. Now, we want to do like TDD, and we want to have our test run as we're developing code and stuff. So we're going to add this test:watch script. This is a fairly common pattern to do a colon to kind of group tests. And then we'll just do Jest watch. Then we'll run npm run test:watch. And that puts us in watch mode. So then we can do all kinds of really fun and interesting things. So another thing, often you want to have code coverage for your tests. You want to make sure that you're covering code. We'll just, like, how many people have set up code coverage with Mocha before? How many people have done that with ES6 transpilation? How many people loved that process? No, that is not fun. Yeah. Watch this. So, I'm done. It is so great. So we'll just run the test, and we'll get a nice fancy table. And we also get this coverage directory that has our lcov report and our lcov.info and all the stuff you need for your coverage report. We can open this up. Coverage, lcov, reports, index.html. And that'll give us this nice little website for our code coverage. Pretty spectacular, if you ask me. So, yeah, but we don't quite have transpilation yet. So let's go ahead and add that, because like we want transpilation for our stuff. We want to be able to use the latest but ship to the oldest. So we're going to add a couple dependencies. So this part isn't Jest, this is Babel, but we're going to just add as dev dependencies Babel core, Babel preset env. If you're using Babel preset ES 2015 or Babel preset, pretty much anything that's supposed to transpile new features, don't use that anymore. Switch to Babel preset env. That's like the blessed one from Babel team. Use that one. Migrate to that one. It's very great. So we've got those. Let's configure it really quick. Babel RC. You can configure it in the package.json if you want to, but we're just going to do the Babel RC. And we'll say presets, and we'll just do env. And by default, it's going to transpile everything down to, I think, like from ES 2015. So this is basically the equivalent to using the ES 2015 preset, except this, in addition, you can configure it further to do less transpilation and save on lots of things. So, okay, great. So it's actually kind of like the only feature that I can think of using here that I can't actually use because I'm in Node 6 is ES modules. So that's what I'm going to use. So instead of like module exports, I'm going to say export default. And instead of require, I'm going to say import some from some. Okay, so let's run our test again. And it's like magic. I didn't have to change anything about Jest. It just saw, oh, you're using Babel. I will take that configuration and run it on all your files for you. Yeah, and it worked with code coverage. And if we look at our output now, we'll see that it's showing us the ES6, like our source code, not the transpiled code. And I got to keep going with these ands. If we say npm run test watch, and we wind up like here, let's do throw a new error I. That is going to give us a stack trace from our source code. So not the transpiled stack trace, but the actual source code. So that is actually online too. It's pretty neato. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the same with the console log. Yeah, so now it's on 3, that's on 2. Yeah, Jest is my favorite. We're BFFs. Let's see, anything else? If you wanted to do some, sorry. Oh, the transpiled version? Yeah, I don't think that it exists in memory. Well, I'm pretty sure that they cache it somewhere. I'm not sure where. But lest you fear that, oh, I don't know what it's running, which actually is like a legitimate fear, then we're going to... Yeah. I'm not sure how to find it. Yeah. But there is a way to find out what your code is going to look like, and that is often quite useful. So we're going to add Babel as a def dependency Babel node. And okay, Yarn, come on. Oh shoot, no, I got it wrong. It's Babel CLI. Ah. Sure glad that this wasn't somebody malicious. Okay, so that added a couple things. One of those things was Babel. So now I can say node modules.bin Babel, and I'll just point it to test sum, and that will give me my transpiled code. So that can be pretty useful. So to see what it actually looks like. Okay, great. Let's see, there's something else. Okay. Oh shoot, what was it? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, let me give you a link to the docs. Yeah, it is valuable for you to know these things, but I don't want to spend too much time. Oh, did the stream stop? Oh dear. I didn't think it did. Oh, it looks like it did. OBS, what happened? Sorry about the stream. Started. Sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, I don't want to spend way too much time talking about like Jest specifics, more time on the principles, but yes, it is valuable to know what those are, and like while you're testing, you'll want to see, okay, what assertions do I have available to me and stuff. And if like while you're writing your test, doing your exercises, I'll be walking around. I can help you with some things specifically. But yeah, mostly I'm just going to point you to the docs. Sure. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, so what I do, actually, that's a good question, because I like to co-locate my files, right? But I also like to build stuff. Let's see. I think I do this in match sorter. Let's see, Babel. Yeah, right here. So with Babel, you're transpiling to dist common.js, CJS, and you just ignore. And then like I also have, sometimes I'll have like .mock.js for stuff like that. You just add a comma and another glob. So pretty straightforward. Okay, cool. There was, oh yeah, if you want to configure some things for Jest, like because like sometimes it is really nice to be able to configure some stuff, then you do it by, well, there are a couple of ways. You can either say config and then point to some file.json, JSON file, or you can put a Jest property in your package.json and it'll pick that up. So one thing that we probably will want to do here is, I can't remember what it's called. Let me find it really quick. Oh, I didn't set it up. Oh yeah, here it is, test environment. So what this is going to do is, by default, one of the awesome things, like Jest has the coolest defaults now. But by default, Jest is going to use the JS DOM library to simulate a browser environment in Node. That's why we're able to run the, like even our React tests, we'll be able to run those in Jest in Node. And one of the, like, there are a lot of reasons why we want to do that, despite the trade-offs, which I'll talk about later. That JS DOM is actually a really big library, and it adds like 500 milliseconds to your start time, just to like parse all that JavaScript and set up all those global variables. Yeah, it's nuts. And so, because in the sum module we don't care about the DOM, we can set the environment to Node with Jest environment Node. Set it up. So that is also useful. There are a couple other things that, like there's a setup test framework script file, and you can specify your routes and specify. Oh yeah, actually this one's also really useful. So the coverage. So if I have another file here called subtract.js, I'm just going to copy this and change this to subtract. And then this was going to subtract those two. So now if I run npmt, I'm going to still get 100% code coverage, but I don't actually have 100% code coverage in my project, right? I want to get like a holistic view. And what we did before Jest is we had this one test file that would require all of the files in our project, and like in a try-catch. So like if something blew up, we're like, who cares? But it would require them so they would all be instrumented and included. And it was just the hackiest thing you ever saw. Now with Jest, it kind of does that for you. So we say collect coverage from in our configuration here. Well, I wish Prettier worked on JSON. And here for us, like normally I'd put this stuff in the source directory, but I'm pretty sure we can just say star.js. That'll work. Just some glob that matches the files you want. And then it'll give you the coverage for even those that were not included in your tests. So that's pretty handy. Another thing, especially if you're trying to improve your code coverage, the last thing you want to do is have people add more code and not test it. So you want to have a coverage threshold. And that, I'm just going to copy this for you, is right here. There we go. It's called coverage threshold. You specify global. I think you can also specify like each file should have this much coverage, which I don't know why you'd ever want to do that, because some files, like, I don't care. But yeah, so we have, for global coverage, we want this level of coverage for our test. So if we look at the output here, we see we have 25% of statements. So I'll start with that as the baseline. I just don't want to drop below that. Branches, we have 100. Functions, we have 50. And lines, we have 25. So now if we run our tests with that configuration, everything works. But if I were to bump this up to 26, then we're going to get our script fails because we don't meet our global coverage threshold of 26%. So that's handy. Make sure that you don't drop in coverage. And I think that's pretty much it for Jest. Yeah.
So for the, I don't even know, will it apply watch mode on all the files without?
Yes. Good question. Coverage with watch mode. Pretty much don't do it because it's, especially when you're saying, I only want to run these, and then you're saying, I also want to instrument all these for coverage, it kind of like, it's not super useful. Although, like generating the coverage report, if you're doing like TDD plus coverage, you just have that, the report open for that one file that you're working on, and you don't care about the rest of the coverage. I could see how that could be useful, but normally I don't do that. So, good question. Okay, cool. So let's take a quick 5-minute break, then we'll come back and we'll talk integration tests. Okay, I think we're about ready to start up again. So I know that I said that we were going to do integration tests, but there's one thing that I wanted to do before we do that, and that's talk about TDD. How many people are familiar with TDD? Okay, how many people do TDD exclusively? Okay, I would say it's probably unwise to exclusively do TDD. There are some cases where it doesn't really work very well, but there are many cases where it works great and it's awesome. So for those who don't know, TDD stands for test-driven development, and it's a great way to develop software. I feel. So the idea is you have this red-green refactor cycle as you're developing software. So instead of having an idea of what you want to do and just starting implementing it, you write some tests that will demonstrate the API that you're trying to create. So with pure functions especially, this is much easier to do. Like for example, if we were to have stream has stopped again. Let's just check. Because I know we have some PayPal teams out in other offices. It's working? Okay, let me know. Yeah. Okay. VS Code is off. Awesome. Okay. Cool. So yeah. So if we were to have test-driven token from header, basically what it amounts to is writing the test first. But like we would think about, okay, here's the use case I need to support, and we'd say, okay, so what do I want it to do if it's given this data, and I write my assertions for that, and then what do I want to do if it's given this data, and I can write my assertions for that. Normally, you'll start out by just one test at a time. You'll say, okay, let's start with one use case. What happens if there's no authorization header? I'll write this test, and then I'll go into my source file and I'll say, we'll say get token from header TDD. And I'll take a rec and I'll say, okay, to make that one test pass, like I've got a green, I'm watching it, and I'll say if there's no header, then I'll return null or whatever, right? And then I go back and I say, okay, so another use case I need to support is this other test. And so like I write out my test, now my tests are failing, and I'll go here and I'll support that use case. And you keep doing that until you've supported all the use cases that you need to. And as you go, or at the end, it kind of depends, but like the idea is red, green, refactor. So like normally as you go, you'll be refactoring along the way. So like maybe it would make more sense if not this, then do that other thing, or just like change it so that it's nice and clean and easier to read. So that's the basic idea behind TDD. It works really well for stateless functions like this one. It is a little harder to do for UI because UI changes quite a bit as you're developing it, like maybe the structure changes or whatever. And we'll talk a little bit more about UI tests. Like integration tests, like good luck TDD integration. It's not impossible, but it's not entirely straightforward to TDD integration tests. Yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But I mean, you could do it. But what we're going to do for our next bit is I don't have an exercise for this. I'm probably going to make one, or I don't like have a specific exercise for this. But what I want you to do is to TDD a new function. And what this function is going to do is, like, this is totally contrived, but I want it to, it'll basically be like this one. But instead, we're going to import a logger from console. Did you know you could do that? That's kind of fun. So we'll import logger from console, and then based off of rec.headers.log, like I said, this is totally contrived. You would probably never actually do this. You will log whatever is inside of that, if it exists. So like, I'll write some more pseudocode here. So if there's rec headers log, then logger info that. Otherwise, just return null. This is actually not a great example because we're, sorry, I like imagined this morning as I was getting ready, so I'm sorry that I don't have it like an actual great example for you. Let's do instead. Does anybody have an idea?
Like stuff that string.
Oh yeah, great. Yeah, so actually we could do an arrayify function. So it takes something that could be an array, and if it is, then it just returns it. If it's not, then it returns an array form of that thing. So arrayify, thank you. Like 1 should return 1, and arrayify of the array 1, 2, 3 should return 1, 2, 3. There we go. That's much better. Yeah, doesn't really make sense in this file, but it teaches the concept of TDD, which is what our goal is. So, yeah.
Sorry. What arrayify? Is it
Sorry. So no, the purpose of this function would be, I don't know whether this thing is an array or not, but I need it to be so I can do this thing. So, okay, that makes sense? Great. Then TDD your life away. And once we're finished with this exercise, then we'll go to lunch, and then we'll come back. And we should have time this afternoon to do both integration and end-to-end. I'm feeling pretty good about our pace. So, okay, so I think it was a mistake to just not tell you any of the assertions and leave you just to the docs. So I'm going to peruse the docs really quick with you, tell you a couple of the common assertions that that I use that will probably be useful for you. So this is, I'll just paste this in the chat just to make sure everybody's on the same page here. So here we have a couple methods, and I'll talk about those methods here in a little bit. This .not will negate anything else, so you can chain any of these other things on a .not, and that just does the opposite of the thing that you're specifying. 2b is triple equals equality check. So same reference, same thing. Works with like literals too, like strings and stuff. To have been called, we'll talk about those when we get to like using spies and stuff like that. To be defined and to be falsy. So some of these should be fairly straightforward. To be null, to be truthy. To contain. Let's see. I don't use that one a whole lot, but that one is let's see. Yeah. So this is like an array contains something. And then to contain equal is actually similar to to equal. So we'll look at that one here really quick. So I use to equal all the time. I try to use to be as much as possible, or to be null, or to be true, truthy or something. But to equal is great for when you have two objects that look the same, but they're not the same reference, or two arrays, for instance, that look the same but aren't actually the same reference. And so you say expect the thing that I expect to equal the other thing, and it will do a deep quality check to make sure that those two things are have the same structure, the same primitive values. Is anyone confused when I say deep equality check? Okay. Hopefully that's straightforward. Feel free to ping me if that doesn't make sense. So to contain equal, I don't use this one very often, but it's like you have an array of objects, and you want it to contain an object that to equals this one. So Jest assertions are extremely powerful, and you can add your own. It's a very pluggable framework. Oh yeah, there's also this to throw. So you pass it expect a function, and then you say to throw, and then it calls that function, and if it throws, the assertion passes. To match snapshot. We'll talk about that when we talk about React stuff. And to match object. These ones are also quite useful. So to match is just to match like a string matches a regex. But to match object is where we start getting into some of those other things off of expect, the expect global that you can use. So from the outside looking in, like the base use case is you have for example, here we have this house for sale and then a desired house. The house for sale has more properties than the desired house does, but we don't care about the extra properties for the house for sale. We just care that it has at least these properties. So it's like a to equal subset kind of thing. But one thing that they're not showing in this example that is really, really useful is some of these other methods that are tacked directly onto the expect global. And if we look at these, you can actually use these in a couple of contexts, but to match object is one where it makes a lot of sense. Let's see, where's a good example? To match object. It doesn't show an example of this. Well, I'll have to show you later when it makes sense. I think actually we have an example or two in some later tests. But basically, to match object can be the actual object subset that you want it to be, or it can be kind of like a schema definition where you say like property name is any string. So I don't care what it is, just so long as it's a string. Or it's an array containing this item. It can maybe my tags have like 3 tags in it, but all I care about is that it contains at least this one tag. So yeah, these are actually quite useful, and we can talk about that more later. Hopefully that's helpful though. I probably should do that a little bit earlier on so you're not frustrated at the framework. How's everyone doing? Anyone finished already? Got a handful of you. Okay, I'll wait for another like 2 or 3 minutes, and then I'll go through the solution and we'll go to lunch. Okay, I think we've just got a couple minutes before noon, so I'll go ahead and wrap up with the solution. And feel free to ask me any questions that you have or anything. Okay, so I am in the API source routes utils file, okay? And I'm going to add that. Read first. Sometimes I get ahead of myself. So I'm going to add an import for arrayify. It's arrayify function, and we'll say arrayify returns what or the array it's given. Template literals. There we go. No escaping. It's nice. So I'm going to say the result equals arrayify 1, 2, 3 with an array, and then I'll expect Here, what I'm going to do, actually, first I'll take that and put that as an input variable. And then I'll expect the result to equal, so that deep equality input. Okay, let's get our test running. I was messing around with some stuff. nps test unit watch. Okay, just change that to true really quick. Keep that out of my way. Okay, we have red. That's great. And the reason that it's red is because arrayify is not a function. It's not exported. And so let's, and actually I'm going to focus on this test, so I'll say not only on this. And so now let's go ahead and write just the function signature. Arrayify takes the thing, could be anything. And then let's export that, arrayify. And let's see, okay, now we're getting a different error. This is good. Helps us develop this software, and we'll return the thing. Cool, we're good. Now we refactor. There's not really anything to refactor here, so we'll just move on by adding another test. Arrayify, oops, arrayify converts a non-array thing into an array. Okay, cool. So several of the same things, except this time it's just going to be the numeric one, and we'll expect the result to be an array of the input. Okay. Now we're going to get an error because those two things are not equal. So to solve this, we'll say array.isArray thing. Then we'll return the thing. Otherwise, we'll return an array of the thing. Cool. Green. And yeah, I think that is that's pretty much it. We could also add a test case for if it's passed nothing, then it returns an empty array rather than an array with index 0 and 5, which would be kind of weird. But it would have a length of 1. So yeah, we could add more test cases, but hopefully this gives you the like a taste of what TDD feels like. I really encourage using TDD as much as you can. It's a great way to develop software, but let's not be dogmatic about anything. So, any questions? Were there any like parts of these exercises that really stumped you or made this exercise difficult? Okay, hopefully if there were, that you submitted that in the feedback form. Appreciated. And yeah, I think we'll go to lunch, and when we get back, we'll talk about integration testing. And aside from that, we're also going to talk about fixing bugs, which will be fun. So great. Let's break up. I think we'll only do about an hour for lunch because we've got a busy afternoon. So I'll see you all at 1. And I will pause the live stream, so see you in an hour. Welcome back, most of you. I imagine other people will walk in right now. We're going to start on with integration testing, the API. So if we look at the workshop info, where we have kind of our schedule, we've done the API unit test, but we also talked about like a lot of other things that took a lot of the morning, like setting up Jest and stuff like that. So we have the rest of this to cover for the afternoon, and integration tests are a little bit more involved. So I expect that some of this stuff will kind of skip through and do more demos than exercises, and I definitely appreciate your feedback on what a good balance would be to both cover the content that we need to, but also get you the experience that you're looking for from this workshop. So yeah, integration tests are great. So remember from the beginning of our workshop together, we talked about, the kind of the separation between unit and integration test being like an integration test takes several units together and sees how they integrate. So with API, and I mentioned that this can be a little bit fuzzy. So let's say that you have a module that uses other modules. Well, you could consider an integration test to be one where you are testing that module and it's using these others, and you're not mocking those others. So that would actually be an integration test, and a pretty solid one. But even in like my unit test that I have in like P2P right now, I don't like mocking a million things in my unit tests. Like it's not super useful to mock everything as you're making these unit tests. So lots of my unit tests are kind of like these fuzzy integration tests that are still kind of testing this isolated logic, but it is actually, these are using other modules. So that's why I say that integration tests and unit tests, that line is a little bit fuzzy. But the integration tests that we have here in this project are very clearly integration tests. So I'm going to start out with a demo that is going to be similar to our exercises, and hopefully will kind of inspire and guide your implementation of the exercises. And that is here in API demo, integration, and then test. So remember, feel free to follow along if you want to, but I will not be slow to let you keep up. So there's that. Okay, so we've got a simple server here. It's just this module called start server. And it's doing a couple of things that are kind of interesting. One of those, or like the main export of this module is this start server function. And when I call that, it creates an Express app. How many people here are familiar with Express or Kraken? Okay, great. So we're creating an Express app. We're using the body parser so we can parse JSON. And then we have this auth function that's doing some random like auth stuff that's like pretty much all fake, and you never do this in reality. And then we have this user router, which has basically CRUD operations on this array of users that we were just holding in memory. And some of those routes are authenticated and some of them are not. We'll look at those more deeply later. And then we have this auth router that just allows you to authenticate and get back a token so that you can make these authenticated requests. And so then we create our API router, and we mount both the user and auth router onto the API router, and then we mount the API router on the API route. So we wind up with API/user for our user routes and API/auth for our auth routes. Great. And then what we do in this function is we return a promise that resolves with the server once it's been started. And so this is actually like, this isn't really a common pattern to export a function that starts your server, but you're going to see here in a little bit why this is a great pattern for doing this. It makes testing our server so much easier. And it's actually really quite simple to take your existing code as you have it and refactor it slightly so that you can have this kind of pattern and make your tests a lot easier to write. So because this isn't really an application, I can't like just show you, and I didn't like make Postman or anything to show you what these routes do. So I'm going to just have to show you the code, and hopefully you can follow along what's going on, because now we want to talk about use cases. What are the use cases we want to support? And these use cases are going to be on the user router. We could talk about the auth router, but implicit in our integration testing of the user router, we're going to be authenticating and stuff, so that'll kind of be covered with our use case support anyway. So we're going to talk about the user router, and we're going to start out by just dealing with the unauthenticated routes. Then we'll get into authenticated stuff. So here we have this user router where I get to the root URL, which we are mounting at API user, or is it users? Yeah, user. We're going to go ahead and respond with a JSON object that has a user's property, and then we take this user's array that we have just sitting in memory, and based off of the offset and the limit, we send back like that section of the array. So just for funsies, this user array is actually a fake contextual card, and I'll show you what that looks like a little bit later, but it's just this randomly generated user object for our fake database. Okay, so that's this main route, and that's the only one we're going to really care about right now, and we'll go ahead and start writing some tests. Any questions about the server before we start writing tests against it? Okay, great. So the first thing that we're going to do is we'll import start server from start server. And what we're going to do is we'll spin up this server, and then we'll make some HTTP requests to it and expect the results to be what we expect for our assertions. And then we need to close down the server. So a really important concept in testing is that you clean up anything that you mess up. I just made that up, and I like that. Clean up anything you mess up. Yeah. So with Jest, it actually has this really great utility or global property that's common for actually Jasmine and Mocha. They all have this kind of setup teardown kind of thing. And so for us, we'll say before each, or sorry, not before each. We don't want to set it. Okay, let me take a step back. Let me type the code first, and then I'll explain kind of the reasoning behind some of this stuff. So we'll say before all, and we will start the server. And if you recall, this start server returns a promise, and that resolves to the server. And we need that server to close the server down to clean up after ourselves. So I'll just type this out really quick. After all, we need to close down the server. So we need to have access to this server, so we can say server.close, right? So we're going to let the server right there, and then this is going to return a promise, so we need to do a then there, right? How many people here are really comfortable with promises? Okay, sort of comfortable. Anybody use async await? Okay. Rats. So async await is going to make things so much cleaner. So I'll write this out in a promise first, and then I'll show you async await. And yeah, then you'll see, oh, that is much simpler. So first off, this before all function, or here, let me start with the after all first, actually. It'll make a little bit more sense, hopefully. So both before all and after all, except a callback. We'll just call that done. And we call this callback when we're finished doing our setup or teardown. And so in this case, server.close is going to call a callback when it's finished closing. So we'll just pass that in, and we're good. We could simplify this further by just saying that. And so that works too. But we'll make it a little bit more explicit. Okay, so we're cleaning up just fine, but we need to get this server. So instead of a callback, we have a promise, and we could do some kind of funky things to make this work. But the nice thing about this API is it also accepts a promise as a return value. So if you return a promise, then it'll wait until that promise resolves. So we'll return start server, then we'll get the server, or we'll just call that S, and we'll say S equals server. Okay, so that should work. Assign, but never use what? Oh, sorry. Server equals S. Haha. Thank you, linter. Great. So now this should work, and we should be able to make a request to the server. But I'm going to show you async await here in a second, and this will clean things up quite nicely. And I'll just copy paste so you can compare. So here we're returning this call, and then we call this, or call .then on that. What .then is doing is it's creating a brand new promise, and that is what we end up returning from this before all. And so when this promise here resolves, that's what gets resolved for the before all. And it does that because we're returning a promise explicitly. If we were to like return hello, then we're returning a string, right? Well, once we turn this into an async function, everything changes. Yeah.
Sorry, one clarifying question. So does before all run the code either once before starting to run the tests.
Yeah,
Or
before
does it-
all of the tests
okay,
in the
it doesn't
file.
say before each.
Right. Yeah, there's a before each that'll run before each test. And I'll talk about why we're doing before all instead of in a little bit. So once we turn this into an async function, everything changes about this function. So I say async, and suddenly this is an async function. What this means is that instead of returning a string, it's actually going to return a promise that resolves to the string. The reason why this is valuable is what I'm going to show you in a little bit, but I just wanted to make sure you understood that distinction because that's a really important piece. So if we could still actually return this and everything's exactly the same as far as like functionality goes. But once we have async our function as async, we can start using await keywords inside of our function or inside of this before all callback, and that will clean things up quite nicely. So we can take this promise that we get back here and we can await that. And we can get back a result. So for this is going to be a server. And then we can return the server, or we don't have to return anything. But we can do anything that we want to with the server. In our case, we're going to actually take this server declaration we already have, just assign it to awaiting this, and then we don't actually have to do anything with that callback. We're just going to say, hey, whatever this resolves to, when that resolves, I want you to take the thing that was resolved to and assign it to this variable. And this async await semantics says, I'm going to write my code like it looks like it's synchronous, but under the hood, Node is going to say, oh, I'm going to like pause here, sort of. It doesn't actually pause, but I'm going to like halt the execution of this function, wait for this promise to resolve, take the resolved value, and do whatever it is that they're doing with it. In our case, we're assigning it to something. Everybody follow that? Everybody see how that's much simpler than the code above? So like async await requires some understanding of promises. I would discourage just jumping straight into async await heavily in your own code bases before you get an understanding of promises. But async await is going to make writing our tests quite a bit easier. So that's why I took this second to explain it to you. And hopefully that makes sense. One other important distinction here is if there's an error, then we can do catch error, and we can recover from that error however we like. With async await, you use try catch, and then you can recover. So that's pretty much the main differences here. And yeah, so we're going to go with the async await version. I'll just comment this out so you can reference that. You had a question? Cool. Error handling. That's great. Okay. Is anybody concerned about async await? Would you rather that I just keep using promises? No? Okay. Great. I see a violent shake of your head. No, please don't ever use promises again. No, promises have a great place, and without promises, we couldn't have async await. So, okay, great. So remember, oh, sorry, was somebody reading? Sorry. Okay. So the use case that we're trying to support here is we want to be able to get a list of users, and we could also test this query and or this limit and offset functionality as well. In our case, we have some defaults, so we could test that the defaults are set up the way that we want to. So we're going to go ahead and say, let's test that we can get users. Okay. So, how do you make HTTP requests in Node? What modules do you use? That's what I mean. Request? Any other? Fetch? Has anyone used Axios? Axios, the best. It is so good. Yeah, shout out to my good friend Matt Zabriskie, who wrote it in a hotel at a conference a couple of years ago. Yeah, that guy, I love that guy. And Axios, I love Axios also. And we already have it installed here, so we're going to import Axios from Axios. Now, I should probably really quickly pause and say, you'll find on a lot of blogs and stuff that you should use like various testing specific HTTP libraries. And those can be useful. Like they allow you to not only make the request, but also assert at the same time that the status will be something and the response will look like something else. And I've used those, and they're good, but I just really like Axios, and I feel like the abstraction is much more straightforward, and I don't feel like I need any more abstraction, so I just use Axios. Okay, cool. So here, what I'm gonna do is like most of you who have used Axios probably use it like this, where you say https paypal.com/foo. I don't know, thing bar, whatever, right? So you're making a GET request. So and then like every single time you make a request like this, it has to be like the full URL. Well, I don't like doing that, and there are other reasons that I'll explain later when we talk about authentication, that it's actually nice to create your own Axios instance and set up the what's called the base URL, and then you can just make requests on that Axios instance with that base URL already set up. So what I mean by that is we'll create an API that is an Axios create. So this is our Axios instance. And our options will include base URL, and this will be the base. Let me just double check that last time I did this, I miscased base URL and spent like 2 minutes trying to figure out what I did wrong. So it is all caps URL. Okay, so for us, it's going to be http://localhost host, and our port we can go check out is 3001. And we're mounting all of our routes on this API router, which is mounted at /API. And so we can just say /API, and that's our base URL. Great. So now when we make requests, we can just use this API and say get user, and that is going to hit API/user. And because this user router has this get mounted at the root, this is the middleware that's going to run for us, which is great. Okay, so Axios, sorry, really quick, any questions about Axios or configuring it? Yeah.
Is it like,
yes, Axios is universal. Yep.
I've seen like this kind of people like, oh, we should always use fetch. That's like a spec now. But I also think
yeah, I don't like the API either of fetch. I feel like standards, they keep on. I'm not going to complain about standards. Okay, but yeah, I like Axios' API much better. Yeah. So when we make a GET request, that's going to return a promise. That's Axios API. And so we could say .then response do stuff, right? And then we'd have to return that. And with Jest API accepts a promise from the from your test. And when that promise resolves, your test passes. If it fails, your test or if it rejects, then your test fails, right? So that's how you can control in an asynchronous way what happens. And one other thing that I forgot to mention about async functions is if I throw, a new error. If I throw anything in here, if there's like some sort of error, I'm like trying to access a property that doesn't exist or whatever, that's going to reject the promise. It's not actually going to throw because remember, async turns our function into a promise returning function. It's the only thing it can return. And so when I throw or when there's an error, it returns a rejected promise. So that's really important when we talk about making our tests asynchronous, because remember, a resolved promise passes the test, a rejected promise fails the test. And so once we turn this into an async function, if there's any error that's thrown by this get call, then that's going to fail our test. So, like, it takes a second to get used to it, but once you're used to it, it's very intuitive. So that whole phrase was kind of wrong. You shouldn't have to get used to it if it's intuitive. But anyway, yeah.
If you put it in try catch, let's say we want to test for an error condition.
Yeah.
So if you put it in try catch, if you handle and expect there, it should create it.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, if we wanted to handle an error case, then we'd say expect error to be thing. So you'd probably never do to be equal, whatever. So this is actually one case where you'd want to very much make sure that your assertion is running, because like you could make it so it's no longer an error case and now everything's working nicely. So just since we're talking about this, one thing, there are a couple of things you could do. You could either say let e and then assign e equals error, and then you do the expectation on e. It's very straightforward. Another thing that you can do that's like just exposed by Jest is you could say expect assertions 1, and if that assertion never actually runs, then that'll throw an error. So that's kind of handy. It's nice to have multiple options. Okay, cool. So at this point we're actually making the request, and we're going to get a response back when we do that await. So let's go ahead and we'll console log the response. And let me start my, let's see, I really should keep notes so I know what scripts to run. That's demo, integration, watch. Nope, it's test. Rats, I'm sorry. Demo, integration. Oh, haha, I'm in the wrong directory. Okay, there we go. Now we're watching our integration test for our demo. Great, so we're getting this giant log. What we're getting back is the response object that Axios creates for us. So it has a status and headers, and so we can assert on all kinds of those things. For most of my tests, I make the assumption that the status is going to be 200 if it's successful. You could assert something, like you could make a helper function that's like is okay response and just pass that through. Like if you wanted to do that to be really solid about things, you are welcome to do that. So what I'm going to do though is I'm going to take this response and get the data. So we'll say response.data, and we'll see what that looks like. Here we are going to expand that a little bit. We get an object that has a users array, and this is what that faker user card thing is creating for us. And yeah, it's just an array of a bunch of these user cards. Great. So what we're trying to assert here is that we can get users, and there are a couple of ways that we can do, or a couple of things that we could do to like boost our confidence that we are actually getting users from this request. And that, like, one of those things that we can do is we could actually pre-populate these users with some like fixture data. So we could say, here's this JSON file, and this start server should like require this JSON file, or I somehow load the database with this JSON file, and then I can require it that JSON file into my unit test, and then I can verify, hey, I called this and I got the same thing back, and I have a very kind of explicit tie there. There are some trade-offs that you make when you write tests that way, yeah, like you're trading off. Well, let me talk about the alternative way, the way that I kind of like to do it. I actually like to generate random data for every single test. Random data that follows a schema that for like my user. In this case, it's really easy because I have this faker helpers contextual card that I can just call, and I get this random data every single time I restart the server. So this actually comes with a trade-off because it becomes a little bit more difficult for you to be absolutely certain that you're getting the user that you think you are. But I think that it's really valuable to actually have this random data so that you can assert against kind of a schema that I get a user. I don't like, none of the user's actual values matter to me. just a user looks like this, and I just want a user. Because having all of the extra values in there, I think it can be distracting from the core idea of the test. And it also can become harder to maintain. So what we can do here is we can make a couple of assertions. So if we, oops, there we go. If we just like go all the way down to the users object here, or array, then we could say that, oh, actually, there was a really cool assertion that we just talked about earlier that I've never actually used, but makes a lot of sense in this context. So let's look at that one really quick. It is to contain equal. And so, oh, you know what? Yeah, I think this should work. So we could say we expect that the response data users to contain equal. And then here we write out our schema using some of the Jest utilities to kind of write out a schema. So we could say that the name is expect any string. And we expect the username to expect any string. And we could take things a little bit further too. Like we could say, okay, get me that first user, or iterate through all the users and make sure that their name is no longer than this. Or, you know, you can really go like as nuts as you want to on like how specific you make your assertion. And it's all kind of a trade-off between like the maintainability and changeability of your tests and the the confidence that you have that it's going to stay the same way it is now. And the closer that you get, or the tighter that you make your tests and your assertions, the more you're trading off flexibility and like the refactorability of your code. So it is a big trade-off. I could continue and spec out this whole thing, but I think that you get the idea, so I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to say to have length of, let's see, we'll say 10, and then this is going to fail because it's going to give me back 20. Remember, that was the default. Let's see, yeah, has 20. So I'm going to just go ahead and add a query of limit is 10. So, and then we could make this const limit is 10, or actually 10 as a number. And we could template literal this thing, and limit, and limit. So make that relationship there explicit. And then we could do additional, like we could take the first user and just make sure that it has a couple of properties or something. But I think you get the idea. Any questions about the trade-offs that we were making here and that kind of thing? Yeah. Yeah. So you could actually use a couple of tools to do this, but the expected global from Jest has a couple of things on the expect thing itself. So we expect anything, so we don't care what it is. Just this. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So for this fake server, we're just using this method from Faker that'll generate this fake data. Well, let me show you, because this is actually relevant for when you start writing tests for the application. We don't just use Faker, we use Faker to help, but our data has like a specific shape. It's not something that Faker makes for us. And so if you look in, it is in the root directory. It's in other/generated, generate. And in here, we can generate articles and users. And these are our functions for generate data. You can pass in some overrides for specific data that you want, and it'll create users for us. I think this is great because we are not only using this in our integration and tests on both the client and the server. Well, I think we're only using it on the server, but we're also using it for our end-to-end tests to generate new users to fill in like the login and whatnot. But we're also using it to generate our database. So when you set this thing up, it uses this to generate the database. So each one of us has a different app with different data. And that's actually a really good thing, because one of us might catch a bug that the others might not, because the data is different. Like, oh, I got started with a user that had a post with no tags on it, and now I caught this issue. So I think actually, and this is sort of related to the idea of fuzz testing, where the idea of fuzz testing is you take this function or this unit and you throw random stuff at it and see what happens, and make sure it doesn't break. That's easier to do in a typed language when you know what type to throw at this function. We have to do a little bit more work in JavaScript to do something like that. But this is kind of gets you sort of the same idea, in that you're generating your test data that you send to these to these functions or to your application. And then if something breaks, then you're like, oh, we actually never tested that case. I'm glad that we found that problem. So anyway, there are trade-offs with doing things this way, and many of you might feel like you feel safer with a fixture that's like very defined and matches your API, and you can update and you can see it all the time. But I definitely suggest considering doing something like this, because I think it's a pretty powerful pattern. So okay, cool. So we've got that first test. I'm not going to do too much more on the unauthenticated side, because I want to actually, you know what? Why don't we stop right here, and I'll let you do the exercises for the unauthenticated piece, and then we'll come back and do the authenticated piece. So let me introduce you to your exercises. You're going to be in API/tests/integration/articles.test. So let me, it's API tests integration articles.test.js. Right up there at the top. And the script that you're going to run will be npm start test integration watch. And you'll want to make sure that you're in the API directory when you run that. Otherwise, it won't work. Start it again, because it's on a process hanging somewhere, and you can't listen on that port anymore. So, and then you'll have to figure out how to close it down yourself. So yeah. So let me show you the API that you're going to be hitting for this, and yeah. One more thing before we get into the API. You'll notice things are a little bit different. We have these describe blocks. This is Jest specific. I try to stay away from framework specific stuff, but here's one thing that you need to know. So you'll recognize describe from Jasmine or Mocha. It's pretty common to group tests together. And actually, Jest also has it, which is like totally equivalent thing to test. The reason that I don't use describe blocks in most of my stuff is because I feel like nesting describe blocks deeply, and then like doing a before each inside of this describe, and then going further and another before each. What you're trying to accomplish there is sharing state and making, or sharing setup, not necessarily state, but sharing setup. And I think that makes your tests less explicit. And like, has anybody had a hard time following deeply nested tests before? It is a real pain. I had a library that I'd written like 1,500 tests in a single file, or sorry, 1,500 lines of I think it was like 1,500 tests in a single file. It was enormous. And that was so hard. So I should have broken out into multiple files for sure, but I did a lot of nesting and sharing of setup and stuff, and that just became a really difficult test file to manage. So based on that experience, I decided, okay, let's not do any of that shared stuff, and instead we'll write functions that we can call at the beginning of our test to do all the setup, and it'll like return me a cleanup function or something that I can call at the end of my test. That makes things so much more explicit. So all of that said, we do have a describe here because in this case, it actually is kind of nice to share some setup for the authorized side of things. And so we'll talk about that when we do that side of things. But yeah, most of the time you'll see that I don't like to nest stuff in a describe. I don't feel like it's all that useful. So anyway, sorry that I had to take that little tangent. Anybody have questions about that?
What is the cleanup?
Oh, it would just really depend on like the test. So like I might create a new user and I want to like delete that user at the end. So I'd have a utility function that would create it, and then it would return another function that when called will delete the user because that function has all the context that it needs. And so then like I would say const cleanup equals setup. I'd do all my assertions and then I'd say cleanup.
So the only problem with that why I don't use it is because if your test fail, cleanup is not going to be.
That's a great point. Yeah.
And then you have state.
Yeah. No, that's actually a really good point. Yeah, I don't know what to say. That's good argument against that that cleanup pattern. It would probably be better to do an after each to do that cleanup. Solid. Good feedback. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and I mean there would be a way to like try and catch, but that would just be messy. You wouldn't want to do that anyway. So let's look at the articles API. So like if you run the app, then like you can explore some of this stuff and see how some of this stuff works. But we'll just look at the code here really quick, and the code is in source routes API articles. That's what we're going to be looking at. And in here, we're doing a fairly similar pattern to what we were doing in the demo. We have this function that creates our router, and then we return that router. We're not going to dig through the code. I'm just going to tell you that we're mounting this at API/articles. I think. Let me double check. API/articles. Yep. So when you're making your requests, you're going to make them to API/articles. And for the unauthenticated stuff, what you're basically going to do is hit this this unauthenticated get. So in this case, we're going to just be getting a bunch of articles, and then we'll return JSON with articles and articles count. You can inspect this a little bit, but it might just be just as good to actually make the request and see what comes back and start writing your test from there. A couple of things that you could write, like I've got a get with limit, get with offset. You can swap those tests out for whatever you want to test about this function. But yeah, there is a limit and an offset handling here. There's also a tag, so if you wanted to jump into doing that. But yeah, if you want to look at the demo that I just wrote up for you, then you can go to API final/demo/integration/test/users, and that'll show you like this creating an Axios instance and the setup and teardown stuff that you could reference if you want to. Yeah, I'll put that path here at the top. It's API final demo integration test users.js. So if that's useful to you. And yeah, go at it with the unauthorized routes, and then we can meet up. I'll probably go about 20 minutes for that. I knew there was something else that I needed to show you. Yeah.
I was like, oh, wait.
So your Mongo server isn't started. And because this is a full integration test, we're not going to mock Mongo. We are integrating this server with the database server. And so because of that, we need to have Mongo running. And when we have our tooling that runs our pre-commit script and everything, all of that is done for us. But when we're developing the tests ourselves, we have to start up Mongo. So, and like potentially you could have something in a before all, or I think there's like a before that will run something before all of your tests, which you could utilize or do something like this. That would probably be cool. But for our case, we just are going to have it open in another tab. So if you go to the root directory and then run npm start mongo, and then you should be able to, your server should be able to start up. So I'm so sorry I forgot about mentioning that. Yeah. It should be npm start mongo in the root directory, and it right now I have it set up to pipe all output to nowhere, so it doesn't like throw a ton of output at you. So here, I'll come and help you here in a second. If you want to be able to see the output, then that's actually, I should probably switch the default. Then you can say npm start mongo.start, and that will show you all the logs and everything too.
I managed to do that.
So I just pasted a little snippet into the Gitter chat. It's this alias that I have called killport. And basically it allows you to, it allows me to kill any process that's running on a specific port. So here I have MongoDB running on port, I don't know, what port is this? 27 something, 2701, 27017. So I can say kill port, I give it that port, and my Mongo process is done. So that's pretty handy if you have a process running in the background somewhere and you don't know where it is. So
I would just like restart because I couldn't find a way to get solution.
Yeah. So.
Yeah,
I can forget it.
I don't remember where I got this. I didn't make this up. I am not a bash person, but I know how to make aliases. So here, actually, let me look at exactly. Sorry, 1 second. There you go. So everyone, I don't think that we'll have time to get this involved in things, but like one thing from an integration test perspective, because this our data is random, we want to really verify that the offset and the limit really actually work as we expect them to. And so, and I actually really think that this is a solid way to write this kind of test. But what I do is, or what you could do, is you get one item with an offset of 0, or sorry, you get 2 items with an offset of 0, and then you get 1 item with an offset of 1. So the second of your first get should be equal to the one that you get on that second request, and then you verify those two are the same. And that's a way to verify that your limit and offset are working properly. So the limit is working properly because there are only 2 or there's only 1. And the offset is working properly because the second of the first is the same as the first of the first. Or the second. Yeah. So anyway, we probably don't have time to go over that one, but it's just something to think about. So yeah, you would make multiple requests, but you can do limit with offset.
Oh,
yeah, it's just your query string. So it'd be limit equals 10 and offset equals 2, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I just did another.
Yeah, easy mistake when you're focusing on other things.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking the same. Like I could limit it to like 5 and then offset to 4, and then I should get 1.
So
well, actually, if you limit it to 5, you're going to always get 5. And then the offset just says, I have this database of 500 things. I'm going to offset to starting at like 200, and then I'll limit it to 5 results. So I'll have from 200 to 205. That's how the limit and offset works. Yeah.
So these would be 2 different tests, right? Or
so actually, yeah. Since you brought that up and I'm up here talking, I'll address the thing you were talking about. So there I've heard a lot of people say that one test, one assertion. And if you want to assert another thing, then that's a new test. And I think that's weird, personally. I think that if your goal is to test, solidify a use case, then you should assert as many things as you need to ensure that use case is satisfied. So yeah, so like normally that means one assertion, but often or sometimes I'll have like 3 or 4 or even 5 assertions in a single test. And especially when we start talking about unit test or end-to-end tests, you wind up with a lot of assertions and you're doing a lot of different actions. And that's because like your goal is to support the use case for a whole flow. And so like you'll say, okay, we're going to go to this page and we'll fill this in and we'll assert that there's no error or whatever. And then we'll log in and then we'll assert this thing. And you kind of assert as you go. So yeah, it really just kind of depends on the case. But yeah, multiple assertions in a single test, that's totally fine. Cool. So we got to configure the do the setup and teardown for all of our tests. So we'll say before all, and here I'm going to use async await just to make things nice. I'm going to store the server in this variable. I'll say server equals await start server, and then I'll have an after all that accepts a done function, done callback. I actually I could have made server.close return a promise, and then we could have done the same thing, just return server.close. But I did this intentionally to show you the different callbacks or different asynchronous styles that you can do, because you can do this exact same thing in your tests as well. It can accept a callback, it can return a promise. It works just the same. So here we'll say server.close, done, and we've got Mongo running, we've got our test running. We'll hit save here, and our server should start and stop without any trouble. So great. So then we'll get with the limit. So we need to make our Axios instance here. Here I'm going to get rid of all this comment stuff. It's distracting. Import Axios from Axios. And I already made these async functions for you. So there's that. We'll say const results equals await. Oh, sorry. Before we do that, let's go ahead and make our Axios API instance. So we'll say API equals axios.create with our base URL being this API URL base. Okay. Cool. Then we can do this await API.get articles. And here we're going to say limit 5. Then we'll console.log results.data. I'm going to change that to response to be a little more specific, and I'm going to dot only this test so that we're only running that one. Okay, cool. So we get articles on data. So let's say articles or data.articles, and we'll put a length there. Looks like that is indeed 5. So now we can say expect response data articles to have length of 5. Great. And then again, we could do a couple of things to solidify this test a little further. We could make sure that the article is actually an article. And one thing that you might do in something like this is you'd have a function that validates that it is an article, and then you can reuse that and say, okay, all of these things are articles. And then you could also pull this out and share that to be more explicit that these two numbers matter together. Another thing that you could do, just as kind of a fun tip, is this await keyword is magical, but it's not like so magical it's impossible to do some fun stuff with it. So if you didn't want to have to do like response.data to articles here, then what you could actually, just for fun, you could do then r.data.articles. Sorry, my helper thing is all messed up. And then what you're actually awaiting is this full promise. And what is going to be returned is what's resolved from this promise here, which will be the articles. And so then you just have articles right here. So if you wanted to do it that way. Yes?
Just curious, so would the same apply to the structuring from the response?
Yeah, so you could do data articles if you wanted to. That would work too. So that was just one.
So in one of mine, I prefer to go get like 2 awaits right after each other inside one. I was kind of actually, I was half expecting it to maybe not work, like maybe it was too good to be true. Wouldn't work from one, but it actually worked. So is that doing the equivalent of sort of like a promise resolve thing, or is it actually a halting?
It halts execution for each one, but only for that function. So that function runs to completion, and then whatever is done after that function call still happens. But that function is kind of called again with all of its state restored. So it's kind of neat.
It is. It makes it so much flatter.
Yeah.
Less stuff coming off the edge.
Yeah. And one other thing to note, if you're going to be doing multiple awaits, if those awaits are dependent on each other, then that's just like promise then, promise then, promise then. But if you want to fire off a couple things all at once with promises, you can say promise.all. You can do the same thing with async await, where you'd say await promise.all, and then provide an array of promises, and then what you'll get back is an array of responses. So that is equivalent. That test should pass right there.
And if anything fails again,
Yep, it'll throw. Yep. And another little tip here is if you don't care about this particular request, like maybe it's just analytics or something, then you can actually remember this is just a promise right here, this expression. And so you can actually do all the same promisey things you could anywhere else, and you could catch error and resolve with nothing. And then like you don't have to do a big try catch monster thing. So. Yep. So there's that. I don't think that I'm going to work through the offset. It pretty much is the same thing. I think you all get the idea of integration testing, trying to get principles here. So I think we can move on to the authorized side of things. And this is there are a couple valuable things that you'll get out of this. So we'll continue on to that portion. So let me just run the integration demo tests really quick. Okay, so we have our server, that start server thing, and this will, or this user router has a couple of routes that you can get without being authenticated. So we have that root route that we were talking about. We also have this parameterized route to get a specific user by their username. That's not authenticated. You don't need to be authenticated for that. But if you want to actually have creative or destructive operations, those are authenticated. So we're going to have a test for post, and maybe we'll get around to delete if we, I don't know if we'll really need to. I think you'll get it, but yeah, at least post. And if we look at the authentication strategy for this, this auth function, this middleware that we're running, it uses that get token from header util that we had. So we're going to be actually using that API. And with that token, it determines whether the token that was provided is equal to user.token. So we need to get that user token to the client, whoever's making these requests. And the way that is done is through the auth router. On the auth route, there's a post that we can make. And if we authenticate properly, where we provide a username and password that matches this user auth object, then we'll get that user, which has the token. Okay, lots of words, but hopefully you followed it. It's basically like normal authentication stuff, just done in a really bad way. So let's go ahead and do that. remember this is mounted on the auth route, and so that's where we're going to be making our post. So I'm going to actually put this in a describe here really quick. Authenticated, or no, sorry, this is unauthenticated. And we'll do another one for authenticated. Okay, so before each test, actually, I forgot to talk about before each, before all. So before each, we'll run some code, do some setup stuff before each test. Before all runs it before all the tests. And it's scoped to the describe in which it is found. So like if I put this before all instead of this describe, it would only run before all the tests inside the describe. So it's kind of cool and expressive API. Now, the reason that we're using before all instead of before each for our server is because, first off, like that would be wasteful to start up and close down the server over and over again. It would be slow. And but the reason we can get away with it is because like none of the tests are impacting one another based off of this setup. So one test running on this server isn't going to make an impact on the other tests that are going to be running after that test runs. And this is valuable because what can sometimes happen is you have one test that creates a user, or like here's an example. One test that creates a user, the next test uses that user to create a post, and then the last test deletes the user, or something like that. This would be a bad setup because if somebody comes in and says, you know what, users can't create posts anymore, or sorry, users, I don't know, we don't care about this test anymore for some reason. You delete the create user test. And now your create post and your delete tests fail because you deleted a different test. You don't want to have this coupling between your tests. So that's kind of in the spirit of that decoupling, you want to use like a before each to set up and an after each to tear down these like this common kind of setup stuff. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. The reason that we get away with it, like I said, with this scenario where we're using before all is because the tests don't really impact each other on the same server. And in this case, when we're doing this authenticated piece, what we're going to do is we'll authenticate with a single user, but because we're interested in, like, we're not actually doing operations with that user. We're not like, I don't know, saving the user settings and then verifying those settings or something like that. We're just authenticating with the user. We don't care who it is. And then we're going to be hitting an API with that user. So because of the nature of our tests, we can actually use the same user for all of our tests. So in this case, we can use a before all and an after all, and a before each and an after each. Does that all make sense? That's a pretty important concept as well. Decoupling your tests from one another is really important. Okay, so before all, this is going to be an async function because we're going to be doing some async things. And we're going to take our API and we're going to post to auth with our fake user. So I'm going to just create our user here. And I will go up here, get that user auth stuff here. And we'll just call this user data. And we'll post to auth with that user data. So if I get the response from that, we'll console log response.data. And I'm going to do a dot only on this. We'll add a test to do. So it actually runs our before all. Can't run before all tests when you don't have any tests. We're getting an unhandled promise rejection. Connection refused, 3001. Why did that happen? I might have some other things going on. Whoa, okay. Let's just try this from the start. Yuck. Sorry? Kill port, yeah, maybe Kill for 3001.
So easy.
Yeah, that's not going to do it for me. Okay, this is why I have
Probably the same
final.
problem I had.
Yeah, it could be something like really weird. So here, let me go to API final, demo, users. Okay, there we go. So I kind of cheated and got some extra code. But what do you do? I think the difference was maybe my URL was wrong. I'm not sure. But in any case, here we go. We make a post to auth with our authentication information. And then I'm just doing this handy little thing so I get the current user here. And then this is Axio specific, so I don't really care so much whether like this makes a whole lot of sense to you. But basically, you understand we are authenticating this API client. So now when I make calls with this client, it is authenticated. That's all that really matters here.
So can I
Yeah.
ask a takeout?
Sure, yeah.
So a lot of apps work after unified login,
Mhm.
right? So in your case in PDP, you can do it before all off with a particular username and password, and then go hit all the different routes, or what is your strategy?
Yeah, that's a great question. I actually don't know the answer to that question because I haven't actually myself written any of the tests that I haven't created a new integration test. I've only edited existing ones, so I'm not sure how we do that. Sorry. I can show you, or we could look at my our test base later if you want.
Yeah, because we're starting to write integration tests with the best.
Yeah. Well, I can't promise that P2P has the best possible way, but maybe we'll see. Yeah. Okay, cool. So hopefully, like conceptually, this and principally, this makes sense. We can reuse this same API client, and then after all these tests are finished, we want to de-authenticate this API because other tests are using it. One thing that we could do is create a new API, like an authenticated API in here. So you could do that, and then you wouldn't have to clean it up. So either way would work just fine. Okay, great. So now, from here on out, it's actually the exact same thing. You just make a request and validate the results. I don't know if it would be really valuable for us to dive any deeper into that. So yeah, anybody have any questions before we take a little break and then start talking about client side? Okay, awesome. We'll take like a 5 or 10 minute break and talk about client side testing. Let's see. So I think I scheduled this till like 5:30 or something like that. That gives us about 2.5 hours. So that's great. I think we'll probably be about an hour and a half or so, maybe just an hour on the client side, because lots of the concepts will be the same. So we'll probably be able to breeze through that relatively quickly. And then we'll be able to talk about end-to-end, which is also very valuable. I should say, though, that the end-to-end stuff, at least Cypress, the tool, I would love to see a team here at PayPal adopt Cypress and try it out. My team won't be doing that because there are some trade-offs that Cypress makes that some of my team isn't comfortable with, and I'll talk about those. Hopefully we'll focus more on the principles of end-to-end testing, and you'll get some value out of that for sure. So, yeah, 5 or 10 minute break. All right, so here I'm in the client side now. We're going to React app. How many people here do React? Okay, any Angular folks here? Anybody doing Angular? Backbone, Dust. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So I don't know what to do for you Dust folks. I've never tested Dust stuff before. So you're on your own. But React is is great, and that's what we're testing here in this app. So I'm going to run the demo here really quick. Demo unit watch. And here we'll just run them all. Actually, no, we're going to run the toggle. Yeah, that's the one we're going to run. Okay, so let's take a look at this demo toggle. And remember, like, you can follow along if you want to, but I'm going to be going as fast as I go. So this is our toggle component. If you're not familiar with React, this might be a little bit challenging for you, but my hope is that we get more concepts out of this anyway, so we'll see how we do. Oh my goodness, what's wrong with me? Okay, pretend you didn't see that. Oops. Haha, that's better. Oh, that's why, never mind. Haha, I'm not as bad as I thought I was. Okay, cool. So we have this toggle component, and it has a couple of handy things, but ultimately what it renders is its children. So I say toggle children, or like hello world, toggle. So hello world is children. Okay, so we're going to render hello world inside of this button. And then we also have some state that this toggle component is going to keep track of, and that is toggled on. And the state is controlled by its initial toggled on prop. And then you can toggle it by clicking on the button. So every time you click it, this handle toggle click, and it swaps the state. And don't blame me because I wrote this before the function callback set state stuff. So anyway. So there are, and then we have some prop types, and we're exploiting it. So what are some of the pieces? We're talking about unit testing here. What are some of the pieces of this component? What are like the API pieces? What are the use cases we want to make sure don't fail with this toggle component? Sorry? Yeah. That like you can toggle, you can click on it and it toggles. So how would we know whether it actually toggled? There are a couple ways we could know, but sorry, what? Oh. Yeah, the toggle class name. Yep. So toggled on is based on that state, and then that controls the class name. And so presumably that would control or be styled by some CSS. If we were doing things the way that I do things now, we would be using CSS and JS with glamorous, and it'd be awesome. But we're doing class names here, and so the only way we can really like verify that is the class name. And so we can do that. That's not a problem. Anything else that we want to make sure it doesn't break here? Some part of the API we're exposing to users of this toggle component we don't want to have change. Okay, so another thing is this initial toggled on, and that it defaults to false. So we could test for that case as well. So a couple of things that we can do, and there are a couple ways that we can do it. So let's go ahead and start writing some tests. First thing that we're going to do is we'll import our component. So toggle from toggle. And then we're going to remember with unit testing, and I actually don't remember because I don't think I said it, but with unit testing, I normally like my first test to be like the default state. This is like the default test. Everybody should read this one first to get an idea of what the expected like happy path would be. And so I'm going to say it has toggle off class applied by default. Okay, so then we're going to render this toggle, and in this case we don't care what the children are, so I'm just going to leave no children here, and then I'm going to with this rendered toggle, I'm going to get some UI. So because we're using this JSX thing, we're going to import React from React. So now I can use JSX. And now I have my UI. But I need to put that UI somewhere so I can actually inspect it. And this is where like actual rendering comes into play. So there are a couple of ways that you can render things. And we're going to use a tool called Enzyme. Again, don't worry so much about the tool itself. We're not talking about testing React here. We're talking about like testing applications in general. And so Enzyme is a great tool, and I recommend that you go look it up if you're testing React stuff. But just trust me in that, like, this is how you render a React component in Node. So here we're going to import render from Enzyme. And we're going to take that UI and get a wrapper out of it, a Enzyme wrapper, by rendering that UI. So just to simplify things a little bit, because we don't need all these extra variables, I'll just stick that right in there. So now we're rendering that toggle component. And we're given back this wrapper, and there are docs for Enzyme you can go look up for what you can do with this wrapper. Like what we're looking for is the fact that the div here has the class toggle off by default. So with this wrapper, we actually, this is kind of wild and nuts, but I'm going to write a little helper function right here because getting the root element from this wrapper is kind of not easy. So I'm going to say get root from the wrapper and return the wrapper.children.first. I'm so sorry. That's what you have to do to get the root. It's kind of silly. But this is our root element from the wrapper. Get root from wrapper. And then with that root L, we can use the hasClass helper function to validate that it has that class. So we'll say, let's see, expect root L that has class toggle off to be true. And oh, wonderful. So who knows what this? Oh, no, just kidding. This is fine. This is good. Actually, this is a good thing. I thought this was related to the React 15.5 release with all the deprecated APIs, but no, we're actually on 15.4.2 on purpose. Okay, no, so our test is passing. Let's just make sure really quick that it can fail, that we're running our assertion like we think we are. We are, so that's good. So let's look at actually some of these warnings here. So like we're seeing everything that we want to out of this test. We're rendering the toggle, we're getting the root element and verifying that the root element has this class. But we're seeing some warnings here because we're not providing some required props. We have that defined here in our prop types. We say, okay, you need on children, you need children, or on toggle and children. Those are required props for this component. And if you don't provide them, then we'll log a warning or an error. But those things are totally irrelevant for our test, right? We want to make it really clear what matters in our test file. So with the last unit test that we did, we would extract the common stuff into a function. Remember that get request or get rec thing that we made? Well, we can do the same thing with this one. So we'll say render toggle, and we'll take, we'll extend this a little bit later. But in here, we'll return a render of the toggle. And inside of this, we'll provide those defaults. So we'll say on toggle is a function. We don't care what it does. And children, well, here, we'll just write it like a, oh, actually, no. We'll just, children is fancy. It's actually just a prop. And we'll just provide it like a prop. Hello, world. Cool. Thank you, prettier. And then we'll call render toggle. Great, and we get rid of those errors. But at the same time, we haven't made our this test case distracting. It's just go learn what this render toggle is doing, and then you can apply that to like all of the other tests that you're writing. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, for those who haven't worked with React, is this like super confusing to you? Or at least pulling some bits of information, hopefully. Okay, so then prompts are actually one of the 4 inputs to a React component. So you, and all 4 of these inputs to a React component are the things that you want to test with React specifically. And so this next test, we want to verify that it can accept this initial toggled on prop. And so I'm just going to actually copy this and paste it. And it says has toggle on when initial toggle on is true. And then we can extend our render toggle to accept props, so like override props. And then we'll spread those across here. So don't mind the man behind the curtain. This is like mostly like the principle that we should be getting out of this is you have this function that encapsulates the logic of making it so your tests can be very isolated and specific for their use cases. So in our case, we want to provide a special prop for this render toggle, and that would be initial toggle on is true. Now our test is going to fail, which is great. That's what we expected. And so we could either say to be false here, or probably better, or maybe even in addition, we'd say has class toggle on. And then we have that passing. So again, the idea in our unit test is that I can look at just this unit test and see, or like compare these 2 unit tests, and I see very clearly, okay, here are the 2 places where these things are different, and here are the 2 places where they differ as well. So my input, or like this is the part of my input that matters for the difference in my output. Whereas alternatively, you'd have this way up here, and it'd be like, oh, okay, so is the on toggle and the children important here? So anyway, I probably said too much about that. I think you all get it. Okay, so one more thing on this one, and that is, so we talked about props being an input. Another input to a React component is user input, user interaction. And we talked about the use case for supporting when the user toggles on the button. So I'm just going to make another test. Invokes the, or actually here, let's see. Yeah, there are actually a couple of things that we can test here. User clicking the button toggles the class. Or on click, I don't know, on click. Hopefully it's evident that the description for the test is not a science. It's very much an art. Okay, so in this case, we could render it, and what we'll get back is this wrapper thing, but we can't actually click on it. So this render method from Enzyme, what it's doing is it's actually rendering the component to a string, and then it gives us back this object that is kind of like jQuery that can traverse that HTML string like you would with jQuery. So like so far, our test doesn't actually depend on the DOM at all. It all is working just in Node. But now is when we're going to start worrying about the DOM because we need to click on a button. And so instead of render, we need it to actually be mounted to a DOM element. And we are going to do that with mount. But in either case, we get back this wrapper thing, and they look quite pretty much, or they have a very similar API. So we'll go ahead and create this wrapper equals mount of toggle. And we'll just actually copy this stuff over for right now. We can fix this later. So we're going to mount the toggle component. We get back the wrapper. And then with this wrapper, we can click on the button. So first we have to find it. So we'll say const button equals wrapper.find button. So very jQuery-esque API. We're just going to go find the button. And in our case, that's all that we really need. We don't because this is a toggle button. There's only going to be one. Like you might be starting to get into implementation details if you really start depending on the structure of your your JSX here. But because there's only one button, and I don't really foresee anybody refactoring this to have multiple buttons in here, I think we're good to just do it this way. I'll show you how to do it a different way a little bit later. But now we can simulate a click on this button. Oh, and actually, sorry, this find API returns an array of buttons, and we only want the first. And so now we actually have the button. And with this button, we can simulate a click event. And then we can verify that the wrapper is, or that the root L has the class toggled on. So we initialized it to, or we didn't initialize it, so it'll initialize to off. We click on it, it should be toggled on now. So I'll just copy this over and get our root L. And this test is failing for reasons unknown. Prompts. Oh, right. Let's just clean things up a little bit. And hold on a second. Let's see. Well, let's okay, so I'm just going to log out the HTML here to see what we're actually looking at. What? Oh, you know what? I think things are a little bit different between when you render it with a string and when you render it with a, or when you mount it. So, sorry, excuse that. Yeah, it returns the root node, right? A wrapper around the root node. I think that's what it's doing. So if we say wrapper.html, we're going to get the whole div. Yeah, there we go. Okay, sorry about that. Great, so then we could actually create a mount toggle that encapsulates the default props, and we do the same kind of thing, but I'll leave that as is for now. But this is how you kind of interact with the React component, is you mount it, and then you find the element you want to simulate events on. Well, sort of. Yeah, so this wrapper, I'm glad you asked that. So this is kind of enzyme specific stuff, but this wrapper is almost like a jQuery element where you have special methods on it. But you can access the underlying node, I think, as like, what is it?
What I'm getting at is that when I look for documentation, is enzyme the place?
Yeah, enzyme would be the place. Yeah, let me go actually get the docs, because that will be useful for anybody wanting to use enzyme to do this. So those are the docs. Lots of really handy things. Here, let's find where we can get the node. Full DOM rendering. Yeah, I'm sure that there's a way to get the node. Somehow I just can't remember how to do that right now. But like you could actually get the node and start calling regular browser DOM APIs on that node. And actually, there is also a React test renderer which you could use, or you could just use regular React APIs. And so you could say import React DOM from React DOM. And then you could like document.create element div, and then you could say React DOM render my toggle to that div, and then you could start doing all kinds of stuff on that div. So what Enzyme gives us is it kind of abstracts this piece away from us and makes it a little bit easier to, like, especially with simulating events like browser events and stuff like that. So yeah, definitely I enjoy using Enzyme to test my React stuff. Okay, cool. So there are a couple other things that I think I'll just I'll show you, but not actually demo up, just for the sake of time. So if we go to client final demo test, if we look at this button component, or okay, let me just, here's the button component. And this button component, it's just a function component, but it accepts context. So, fun fact, that receives a second parameter, that's the context. And so for testing context, Enzyme has this fancy thing as like a second parameter to mount. You can provide the context and it'll provide that context. You can make assertions off of it. I didn't show you two-match snapshot. I'll show you that in a little bit. And actually, I'll have like a whole section on what two-match snapshot is and why it's awesome. And then here we have this customer list component where it's doing like subscribing to a store, and component will unmount, unsubscribe, doing a bunch of things here. And so I'm not going to really take you through the tests on here necessarily. Lots of this stuff is pretty specific to how we're doing things. But I'm going to talk about some of the principles that go behind testing something like this. So first of all, like what this component does is it has some customers in some state, and it gets that state from some store somewhere. And then every single time it renders, it says if there are no customers, then render this no customers component. Just, you have no customers. And if there are customers, then we're going to render a list of customers and provide the ones that we got from the store. So the actual rendering piece of this is fairly straightforward, and you'd use like it's mostly useful to use snapshots in this situation. I'll show you those in a little bit. But the really complicated and part of this this component here is how it interacts with that store and what it's doing when it's mounted, unmounted, and when the customer store updates. So most of the time, especially if you're using Redux, you'll be like, all this complexity will be kind of abstracted away from you, and you normally won't really need to test this this stuff. But sometimes you are doing your own kind of thing during these phases of a React component. And so it can be useful to like test around some of these things. So actually, this is the finished example. Let me show you the unfinished example first. So this customer list has a store, and when it is constructed, it initializes its customer state to the store.getCustomers, and we're just pulling that in as a regular module. And then when it mounts it, it subscribes to that store, and then when it assigns that to an unsubscribe function, which we call when we unmount. So the challenge here is this store is state. So let's say I need to test what happens when the store already has customers in it, or I need to test what happens when the store updates to have new customers. And all of this changing of the store and its state means that I have to clean up after myself after every single test, which is fine, but it also means that like I would need to like I want to make sure that we're calling the unsubscribe function when we're unmounting, and so I need to start mocking what comes back from store.subscribe. I have to do a bunch of this mocking type stuff. And so there are a couple ways to solve this problem, and probably the simplest way. Sorry, I should back up and I should say, you will want to stub out the store period to make sure that not only are you not messing up one test with another, but that you also are able to assert that unsubscribe is called or preload it with some customers and that kind of thing. So there are a couple ways to pass that mock to your customer list or make your customer list use this mock. And one way, and this is kind of React specific kind of thing, is instead of using the store direct from this import here, is you pass it as a prop. You pass the store as a prop, and then like you can pass it any store that you want to, no big deal. But it's really annoying to have to pass the store to every single time you use this customer's component, right? You wouldn't want to do that everywhere. So really awesome feature of React is default props. And so in your tests you pass the store, in your application you don't, and like it's wonderful. It works really, really great. Shout out to Ryan Florence for showing me this little trick. Pretty handy. An alternative way to do this, which I actually haven't tried out yet, but I think it's good for you to know. I'm just going to show you really quick. Would be to use Jest store or Jest mocking capabilities. And there are a couple ways to use the mocks, and I'll leave you to peruse the docs at your own leisure. But one way to do this is right in our test file, we could say jest.mock, and then we specify the module that we want to mock, like the path from this file to that module. And in our case, let's see. Well, in our case, it's kind of messed up because I'm in client final right now, but it would be something like customer. Actually, you got it. Yeah, it'd be up to customers. And then the second argument is a function that returns your mock. So in our case, I've created a store stub that like you can go look at and see what it does to kind of stub out what the store is doing and allow us to make assertions off of that stub and stuff. But this is the general idea, is you can mock the module itself altogether, and then Jest will automatically make it so that when we import store from customers, we're actually going to get the mock that we return. And it is magic. It is so great when you see it working.
So is it safe to say that Jest.mock is Cyclone.stub?
Similar, except Jest.mock does a couple of really nifty things that sign-on can't really do. So one of those things is, like if you were to follow the import path or like the code path for this file, first we're requiring React, then we require enzyme, and then this mount to JSON, render to JSON. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And then this customer list component. So then we're going to go into here, we'll require React, require prop types, and then require customers. And so by this time, we actually have the original customers, right? And then we come into here, and then we do this jest.mock call. But it's too late, because we've already required the customers. So what Jest does, behind the scenes, is it actually hoists this up to the top. And it makes it so it says, okay, any of the other things are actually going to be using this stub. But it does it so seamlessly that you, it's so cool. I think it's the coolest thing. Another way you can do this, like especially if you're mocking the same thing, like we have this really, really intense service core mock, which I can show you later. It is not a simple thing because service core is kind of weird. Like we're using that in a lot of files. We want to mock it for all of them. And so you can create a, depending on how you've configured Jest, you create a new folder called underscore underscore, oops, mocks underscore underscore. And inside of here, you put files that are the same name as the thing that you're mocking. And so you put the mocks directory next to the file that you're mocking. And then inside of your test, you just say jest.mock. And then it'll load up that mock. So it's this magical thing, and it's so cool. And then there's like a lot to this API, so I'm not going to dive too deep into it. I feel like you're pretty good at reading docs. But just, yeah, that's the general idea. Mocking is a really useful feature in testing in general. It's really valuable, especially in unit testing. And so, yeah, use it wisely, I guess. Any questions about that piece? I'm going to talk about snapshots here in a sec, but okay, sweet. So I'm actually tempted to step outside of the repo for just a second to demo snapshot testing, because I think that will be a little bit easier. So that's what we're going to do. I think I still have that, yeah, set up just a math repo, so that's where we'll go. This is the last thing before you all can hit the keyboards. Oops. Okay, so we have npm test watch. Okay, so let's say that we have this new file that says it's like getusers.js. And in here, we're going to export default a function called getUsers. And this function getUsers, and we'll return an array of users with name Sandy, I don't know, and Titus, and Freddie, and I don't know, Judas, or I don't know, Nancy. Shouldn't do Judas. Okay, so we're just this like list of things, and maybe there's logic in here, but that's irrelevant for our use case right now. We're going to make a new file for our test for getUsers.js. We'll import getUsers from getUsers, and then we'll test can getUsers, whatever. We'll have the users get users. Okay, great. We'll console log users. Users. There we go. Cool. So let's say that like this is a really big object, and we want to like very specifically verify that this looks like this all the time. So one thing that we could do, and actually this is what I do, or what I did. I'd say expect users to equal, and then I would say, oh, what does it equal? I don't know. Let's console log users, and then we'll, oh, whoops, that throws an error, so do it first. Yeah. And then I'll copy this, and I'll paste it into my assertion, and then it passes. Has anybody done that before? Yeah. All the time, right? Like, because it's great. And now my test is passing. If I need to go and update here, and actually we're going to use Git to demonstrate what the experience would be. So I've just finished this. I'm going to delete this. Let's git init this and add, or here, echo node modules git ignore, because who wants to commit their node modules? I mean, come on. And just coverage too. Got to do that. Okay, so we'll just add all the stuff and commit things. Cool. So we go off on our merry way, and now we have our stuff tested. Then somebody comes in here and they're like, oh, sorry, Freddie, it's now Martha. And we save that, we run our tests, and they fail. And we see this really handy message because Jest is our favorite. And we see, oh, okay, I need to go over here, and I changed Freddie to Martha, and then I can run my tests. And now they pass. This is great. Wonderful. So that process that we did, now we can look at the diff, and like we'll make a pull request out of this, and we can see, okay, you changed this. I can see that the impact of your changes was this test, and so it's very clear what's going on here. But that whole process of copying and pasting and fixing this can be automated. And that's what snapshots are all about. That's what they're for. So let's get reset back to where we were before. We're going to do this whole thing over again, except with snapshots. So instead of to equal, we're going to say to match snapshot. Now I don't have to copy paste. I don't have to do any of that stuff. We're going to run our tests, and what it's going to do, it creates this new directory called __snapshots __, and then it has our test file name right here, and we see pretty printed the thing that we snapshotted. So it's basically doing the same thing we did, and in fact, well, in some ways it's even better because it serializes it nicely for us. Yeah, well, maybe it's not better for that reason, but it serializes it nice for us. That's nice. Okay, cool. So now let's we'll go ahead and add all this stuff and commit it. More stuff with snapshots, and then somebody comes around and says, "Okay, Freddie, you are now Martha," and we'll run our tests, and they're going to fail, and we get a very similar looking output in our failure. Okay, great. And it gives us an output or a handy message here that says, one snapshot test failed in one test suite. Inspect your code changes, so your code's wrong, or update the snapshot. So in our old, or like in our previous way we did this, we would go and update the like literal thing that we had in here. The way that we do this is like, technically, we could just update this to Martha ourselves manually. That would work. It's fine. But who wants to do that? When you can run npm test u. And now, if we look here, it's updated our snapshot. One snapshot updated. So process was manual, now it's automated. And especially when you're watching, doing the watch mode, run test watch. This process is really intuitive and like, yeah, pretty great. So if Nancy changes to Lucy, then we're going to get that same helpful output and that same message. Inspect your code changes or press U to update them. So we just, right here, press U and it updates it. So it's great. We actually really lose nothing compared to the old one. So cool thing is you can snapshot anything. Any object, and Jest comes automatically shipped with a pretty printer for JSX, for your React components. So it'll print it out really nicely here. And then with Enzyme, there's something called mount or enzyme to JSON, which allows you to take an enzyme wrapper, that wrapper that we created, and have Jest pretty print that. And so what you wind up with is a serialized version of your HTML, your rendered out JSX in your output. And so then whenever you have like a change in like you're refactoring your stuff, and actually like the whole impetus behind why I really love this feature, I should take a step back, is UI testing, especially like unit testing, is really frustrating because it's really finicky. Like you refactor the structure of your HTML, it doesn't change the way it looks, or maybe it does, but that's part of the design. And then you have to go and update all of your tests that like depended on the way that was structured. And if that's what you have to do, then those were poorly designed tests. But it stands to like it still stands that it's hard to do it any other way. So with snapshots, your tests will always fail when you make a refactoring. But we embrace that failure and say, was this failure intentional or was it accidental? And if it's intentional, then just update the snapshot. Then you make your pull request, and you have a diff of both the changes of your code, and then you can see what impact did those changes have on all of these components. And so that is the beauty of snapshots with Jest. And now you can actually use snapshots with other frameworks as well. Jest is really nice and modular, and other frameworks have implemented snapshots. Thank you, Jest. Yeah, that's pretty much the idea behind snapshots. Yeah.
So, what you mentioned that it's good for client side when we're doing HTML changes. That makes a lot of sense. But on the server side, do you think that there is a lot of any value to do the other assertions that we're doing? Like, I mean, in the sign-on world, we'd be like, hey, this got called, this didn't get called. Or do we just do snapshot?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, like, when is it valuable to use snapshot, or when do you not use snapshots? Yeah. So, one problem with snapshots, like, let's say you snapshotted the rec object. It's enormous. It's like forever long. That would be a really tough PR to review, because like that object is so big, and there would be so many changes, and those changes could come from any number of sources. And so there are some things that you definitely don't want to snapshot. And again, like it's kind of with the same idea of making the test very obvious what input affects the output. And so instead of like when we're like if we didn't have snapshots, then we wouldn't say the request object equals this like huge object, right? We wouldn't do that ourselves. We would just do the specific pieces that matter for our test. And so in the same way, Jest snapshots can be a little bit of a heavy hammer for some use cases. And so like sometimes even I will do both, and I'll say like these are the specific things that I want to verify, but in addition I want to have this snapshot here so I can see how the impacts are or the changes are impacting the output. But I don't normally snapshot like enormous things. Another really interesting use case for snapshots is for like CLIs. If you're writing a CLI, you say when I invoke the like CLI -- help, this is the output, and I snapshot that output, and I can see anytime I change that output. Or like I even have a snapshot for like I have this tool that will take a file and split it into multiple other files based off of some directives I have in the file. And then I'll snapshot the file system that says like even file size and stuff like that. That is really, really powerful. But all of this stuff that I'm saying, it all comes with trade-offs on like how easy it is to review pull requests if you have enormous snapshots. And sometimes GitHub won't even show you the pull request output because it's like so big. So yeah. It all comes down to trade-offs and what is it that you're really trying to verify. If it's just one or two like very specific things, then I would just stick with those. But like one mistake that people can make sometimes is they see snapshots and they're like, this is the assertion. But it's not. It is an assertion, just to add to your tool belt of assertions. But it is really great for UIs, and it sometimes is useful for responses from servers and stuff like that, like or a piece of the data you get back. So. Okay, sweet. So that's snapshots. I'll just show you really quick how you can snapshot in the UI. So we have this. Yeah, it's actually fairly straightforward. So here we have this render customer list where we take our JSX, we render it with Enzyme. And then we get a wrapper when we do that. And then we're calling this render to JSON thing. And what this does is Jest needs to be able to serialize the thing that you want to snapshot. And all this is doing, it's coming from this Enzyme to JSON fancy thing. And all this is doing is taking that wrapper and converting it to something that Jest can serialize. And so then what we're left with here is something that looks like this. So here's your customer list, UL with LIs. If one of those customer names change, or if maybe we refactor it from ULs to like some other, like a table or something like that, you could see that very clearly what's going on. And then, so these are like when you're rendering it out to a string. But if you render it to a DOM node, then you have actually mounted components. And so Jest can do even more for you. When it serializes it, it'll show you the component name of the things that are being rendered, which is pretty cool, and even some of the props. So that's pretty awesome. It'll even serialize the functions. It just tell you the function name and that it's a function. Yeah, and that's kind of the yeah.
So this could be really dumb, but it's like the customer list test file where you're saying match snapshot to match snapshot. So the question that I'm wondering is like how to do matching snapshots in multiple places, right?
Yeah, and sometimes even multiple times in a single test.
So how exactly does it match the snapshot correctly? Because I'm thinking that maybe they use the test name, but what if you use the test name?
Yeah.
Like,
So that's a great point. If you change the test name, this is all by default. If you change the test name, it says, oh, you have 2 snapshots that are outdated and 2 new ones. But you can give a snapshot a unique identifier. So you could say store before store updates, and you can say after store updates. And now this is independent of the test name.
Will that show up in the output?
Yeah, that'll show up instead of the test name 1. See, like here we have this test name 1, and then we have that same test name 2. So it'll replace those. And you can actually, pro tip, you can have it sort your snapshots by doing something like that. It'll sort it nicely. So I'm going to now give you a chance to use some of these skills that you have seen, and it may be beneficial for you to go look at that code as a reference in client final demo unit tests. But in your use case, we're going to go to here. What's the time? Okay, you're going to go to client source screens tests editor. So let me put that path name up here. And you'll want to cd into the client and run npm start test unit watch. And then I will show you what this component is and what it does. I'm actually going to start up the application to show you, because often the app or seeing the UI helps us test it. So this is the post editor is the thing that we're testing. We go to new post here. It's all of these components all together. That's what we're testing. It's a single unit in this application. And so it's pretty big. I actually would discourage anybody from writing a single component that's this big. Break it out into smaller components. But in any case, there are a couple of interesting bits of this that you can look into. Oh yeah, one other thing about this application that I definitely wouldn't do. They're trying to demonstrate using React with Redux, but they married Redux like way too much. And they put like pretty much all state in Redux. And so like even state that only really matters to this component. This component's the only one that cares about like the title in the editor, and it's all in Redux. So we can talk about that another time. But yeah, if anybody wants to make a pull request to like refactor this to be nicer, be my guest. Huh? Yeah. Because no other part of the app cares about this state, then it should just be localized to this component. But in any case, it's that it is what it is. There are a couple of things that it can do. So in particular, one of the interactions that you're going to test is this interaction, where I can type tags. I type whatever I want, and then I hit enter, and then I can click on these X's, and they go away. So that's the interaction, or that's one of the interactions that you'll be testing yourself. In addition, something else that's really important to notice is what I'm doing here. So especially with Redux, and I'm assuming several of you are using Redux right now, you normally export default the connected component, so you use that connect higher order component function, and that is great. But this is not a great component to test, because that means you would have to wrap it in a provider with the store. And so instead, and this Redux docs actually suggest this, you export the component itself, and that is the component that you test. Because we don't care, we trust that Redux can do its job, and we can talk about integration tests after the unit tests, where we will actually create a store and stuff. But yeah, for our case, we're doing unit tests. So, yeah.
This is, I'm really glad you brought this up, because when we were trying to test out our Redux, it would basically, inside of Jest, the coverage would, oh, it looks like you only have 50% coverage for this file, because you would export editor, but then the other branch is like, it thinks the branch that you have, or not branch, function, you have to connect isn't actually tested.
Yeah.
And the only way that we could get it to unless we do that is do like Istanbul, like
ignore,
comment.
yeah.
And I hate doing that, because it just seems so wrong to put
Yeah.
that into the code. But do you have any like?
Yeah, so that would be an integration test.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've got an example of that. I'm starting to get nervous about our time, but we'll definitely I'll show it to you, but I'm not sure that I'll actually work through it, or we may even skip the exercise for that one. But yeah, we'll definitely talk about how to get coverage for that. Okay, so a couple of really important or key things about this is there are some handy data attributes, data-test attributes. So I highly recommend the use of these attributes for Nemo tests, like you're doing your end-to-end tests, or like the Cypress stuff that we're doing, we'll use these, and even the unit tests here. This is like one of the great ways that you can fight against the refactored broke my tests issue, is that you can label that this input is the description input, and then I can move this input anywhere that I want to. And so long as my test is looking for it using this identifier, I don't care where it is. It'll find it, because that's the identifier for that piece of the component. And so with that in mind, I'm actually going to show you the utility, just because I don't think it really would do anyone too much good to write it yourself. I think you can, yeah, it's pretty straightforward. The utility looks like this. I call it cell for select, but you pass an ID, goodness gracious, and it returns a selector, like a jQuery or a DOM, a CSS selector for that thing. So that's all this does. And so then you can use wrapper.find or whatever else you need to select this thing from the wrapper. Mm-hmm.
Is this something that you use?
Just leave it in. And actually, you kind of want to leave it in, because if you run your end-to-end tests on stage, then you just reuse these same things. And so, like, you have a choice. You either have really kind of finicky and hard to maintain end-to-end tests, or you ship a couple extra data attributes to production, so that you can run some automation tests on that. And there's there's pretty much zero reason not to have those extra data test things. Like the only reason I can think of is you save a couple extra bytes, but it's not worth it to me. Yeah. So, yeah.
So this I can see applying basically situation. But what about I was reading about how the React components, not the stateless ones, but like the class, there's like a debug name attribute set in the React component, so that when you get an error from the component, it will use that custom.
Yeah, it's called display name.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So I know it's not display ID for a reason, but like, can you use that, or have you tried using that in the past to test off? It seems like it could sort of be used for that.
Yeah, it potentially could, but I would hate for me changing the name of my component to break some tests.
Yeah.
So that's why I really like this approach, because it's very explicit. This is for testing, and you just leave it at that. So.
We have a lot of searches that
So you have a lot of what?
like searching.
Oh, mm-hmm.
Through text input. So like how would you generally test star or hard search field and expect data that come for that?
So this search field like makes a request out, and then yeah. So if you're unit testing, you'll definitely stub things out. Sorry, now my throat is starting to hurt. I can't believe I made it this far. So yeah, like normally you'll have a library to make those requests, like Axios, and so you like mock Axios, and then verify that as the user is typing, it's making requests with Axios, and then you'd respond with like mock data, and then you'd verify it populates the list, and that would all be a pretty good unit test.
When you say you mock the response, or you get an actual response?
You mock it, yeah. Yeah, your unit test should definitely not be making HTTP requests.
And then if you're mocking the response is well done, like how to the test is much valuable.
Yeah. So what you're describing is the trade-offs between unit tests and integration tests and end-to-end tests. So you verify that this component works when the response looks like this, but you're not verifying that this component works when it gets a response from the server, right? So that's the trade-off that you make. And so if you really want to feel super confident that this component integrates well with that service, then you'll make an end-to-end test it like that line gets kind of hazy with integration versus end-to-end, but I would consider that an end-to-end test where you actually like pull up the page and you start typing in, and you don't care that it's making a request or anything. You just care that it populates with the data you expected.
Let's say I'm from a data science. Sometimes that's more of I think in our position actually where once you search, I make a fetch call, and that fetch call is in the action. So when I want to unit test the action itself, which is independent of the component, right? In that case, should you be actually call or full stop?
Yeah, it just comes back to, are you writing a unit test or an integration test? Unit tests, like this is a pretty firm, like 100% of the time principle. Unit tests should never make an HTTP request. And in that kind of a scenario, I would just unit test that. And then I would have one end-to-end test that loads up the whole app, types a couple of things in there, and verifies that it's coming back with the right data and displaying that in the right way, or at least in a way that I can interact with it and select one or something. So, and then that one end-to-end test can give you a lot of guarantees, and then the rest of the edge cases you can cover with unit tests. So, good question. Okay, so I think several of you have already started working on the exercise, which is great. Yeah, feel free to run through this. I'm gonna let's see. I'm gonna give you a couple more little utilities just to make your life a little bit easier. And those are these. change input value and key up input value. So you go find the input, or like get me that input. You can use cell to do that, and then you can change the input value or key up on the input with whatever key code you specify. So this will be useful when you want to simulate an enter key press when the user's typing in the tag and they hit enter. Right? Okay, feel free to ask me questions or whatever, and we'll go for, oh dear, we have like an hour and a half, still have end-to-end tests. Yeah, so we'll go for like 15 or 20 minutes, and then I will quickly show you the integration test for the client. There's not a whole lot like principally that is different there, so I can just show you. You don't need to do exercises there. And then we'll look at end-to-end tests a little bit, and hopefully have time to write one. I'm going to go ahead and work through the solution. I'm not going to do these first two tests because I think those ones were hopefully a little more straightforward. This last one is the one that may have been a little bit more complicated, so I think it's worthwhile to actually write it out. Thanks. So that interaction of being able to type into the tab or into the tag input and then hit enter to have it add tag is what we're looking for the ability to do. So let's see, we want to render this out or mount this to somewhere. So I'm going to import mount from enzyme. I know I'm going to write some JSX, so while I'm here I'm going to import React from React. And then I'm going to render the editor, and I'm going to actually mount that with mount, and then it'll give me a wrapper. Let's see, and there are actually a bunch of prompts that I should have given this to you. Wow, why didn't I do that? That's something to remember for the future, because like this stuff isn't really all that necessary for your testing learning, so sorry about that. But I'm just going to go over here and actually going to copy this and just paste that there. I'm going to change this from render to mount editor. There we go. Okay, so we're going to mount the editor, and the prompt that we care about here is I'm going to pre-populate it with a couple of tags, and that is called the tag list. If we look up here, yeah, tag list. Yeah, this is so confusing because it's all in Redux. I should probably come up with a different example because Redux is confusing. But yeah, here we can see get state from props. The prop is tag list. So yeah, that's probably something I should do. Okay, so I'm going to make my tag list, and I'll just come up with a couple fake ones: internet and web and network, IP address, some hacker things. And then I'm also going to create the tag that I'm going to add. So const new tag is interwebs. Okay, so now I have the wrapper. I need to go get the tag input. So let's go find that. We have the tag pills, and above that we have the tags input. And it's just tag. So I'll say wrapper.find cell tags. And that's my tag input. And then with that tag input, I'm going to change the input value of that tag input with my new tag. So let's just look at what this abstraction is doing really quick. It accepts an input. This is actually just an input wrapper. So it's an enzyme thing that has low disk space. Oh no. Because I'm recording my screen, so it's like, you're running out of room. Okay, let's do this. Empty my trash. Maybe I should delete some node modules folders too. Yeah, delete that too. Okay. So this input wrapper that we found has a simulate method. We're going to simulate a change event, and this is what are like some properties of our event. It's going to have a target, our event has a target with a value, and yeah, this is a method that's handy to have around pretty much always for this kind of stuff. So we're changing the input value, and then we are going to simulate a key up input. And if we look here, let's watch for enter. That checks for the key code of 13. So that's the key code we want to key up with. So we'll say key up input with our tag input and our key code of 13. If we want to be more explicit, we'd say enter. Makes it a little easier to read that way. Just put that up at the top. Okay. And then we want to make sure that it was added to the tag pills, so we can go back down to our UI. And like the cool thing is we don't need to set state or anything. That all just happens, which I think is pretty neat. Yeah, no scope digest stuff. So we're going to get the tag pills. So tag pills goes wrapper.find cell tag pills. And then let's just console log the tag pills.children. So here we're getting this div, and this div has a bunch of spans inside of it. So that's what we are expecting to see. Oh, I've got to actually like run the test. So we npm start test unit watch. And we see a bunch of React wrapper components here. So length of 4, that looks right because we started with 3, we added 1, we now have 4. So a couple of assertions that we can make now. So we could actually expect tagpills children to have length of 4. And then we could expect So we want to make sure it has the 3 that we had originally and our new one, and then we want to make sure that that it has that first assertion, making sure it has 3 plus 1, so the 4. But then we also want to make sure that it actually contains our new one and not just like adding another one like randomly or even more specifically that it's being added to the end. And so what I came up with in the first place just ensures that it exists in there, but it might even be more useful to ensure that it's added to the very end. So I don't know how to do a selector for that, but that would be something that you might want to do. I'm not going to play around with figuring out a good selector for that. So we'll say tagpills.find. And actually, we don't have a data test on these. But we do have this data tag that we could use to make sure that our tag exists in there. So we'll just do that same selector thing, data tag equals quote our new tag in there. And we expect that to have length of 1. So if that doesn't exist, oh whoops, I just popped open DevTools. So if that doesn't exist, it'll have a length of 0. So if it can't find any, it'll be 0. And it did. It couldn't find it. So I messed up my query. There we go. There we go. And expected true. Oh yeah, that's this thing. Maybe I should like skip that by default or something, because I imagine that you got thrown off by that a lot. Yeah, maybe I'll skip that by default. Because it's not worth it. That's it. So like I said, we could also assert that it's the last one, but that's something for another day with more time. Any questions? Was this one a little rough? Especially if you don't do React? Probably a little, yeah. Okay, feedback appreciated. So even if you didn't finish all the way, that is very much appreciated on that one. And now I'm going to just run you through the just a couple of things to consider for client-side integration testing, and then we'll get into our end-to-end stuff. So and I'm not going to show you the demo. I'll just show you the actual integration test for our client. So this is also in test integration, and in here we have login and register. Login was supposed to be your exercise, but register is the one that we're testing. So with client-side integration testing, client-side integration testing, you should also not normally be making HTTP requests. You'll mock those. And but the difference between a client-side integration test and a client-side unit test is that you want to set up all of the state for the application or for what it is that you're integration testing as if it is inside of the application that it's in. So in our case, remember we had the editor and we just pulled out the component and that was what we were testing. In this case, we're actually going to render it with with Redux. We're going to let it make any request that it's going to make, and we just mock out Axios. And here's where I'm actually using the Axios mocking or the Jest mocking capabilities. So one thing to note is, if you remember before, I said you'd say Jest mock, like Axios, for example, and then you provide your return your mock here. And if you wanted to put it in like the mocks directory or whatever, then you just do that, and then it'll pick up the mocks directory version. With node modules, if there is a mocks directory mock, it picks it up automatically. So if it's in node modules, then and there's a mock for it, it'll pick up that automatically. So you don't have to do the Jest mock inside your file. I guess they figure most of the time you're going to want to mock your node modules anyway. So here's our mock for Axios. It's something to peruse at another time, but it has, well, what it's exporting is the same kind of API, at least the one that we're using, this create function, but it also is exporting this __ mock thing that we're creating that makes it easy for us to reset our mock. So Jest actually comes with utilities to reload all the modules, which is actually pretty slick, but I kind of like being able to just reset my mock, so that's what this is for. So when I go to import the Axios, because I have that mock set up already, I get the Axios mock, and then I get I can use that __ mock. I get the instance that was created by whoever is using this mock, and then I can mock the implementation of the post method. So this is getting kind of into the spies and like the mock functions that Jest provides. So we have for get, put, post, delete, we have these Jest functions. And these Jest functions expose a couple arguments you can look at in the docs later. One of these is mock implementation. So we say, hey, for this time that or the next time that this function is called, whoever's calling it, I'm going to have it do this thing. So it's actually kind of nice. You can be very specific in this test. I want it to do this thing. And then you do all of your magic stuff. You render the component. We can look at this in a second. And you enter in some information, and then you make assertions on the things that happen, like the side effects that happen based off of those things. So that's like high level what's going on here. And I can dig in a little bit further into like how that rendering is happening and stuff. But any questions so far? We're definitely reaching the end of the day. So, and this is like going probably too fast on this stuff. So yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so this render with state, at a high level what this is doing is it accepts state, and we're just doing an empty object, and then a thing to render. And then it creates a store with that state preloaded and renders this thing with that store as the provider. So let's dive into it a little bit. So we create a store with that state, and then we get the provider from React Redux, provide that store, and then render the children, whatever we're given here. And then from that we can return the store and the wrapper, and then in our test we're just using the wrapper, and we find all the stuff. So what we're getting like a full integration. This thing works with Redux and all the dispatches. Everything is happening as we're going, and then we simulate a submit. Then we have this handy little utility called flush all promises, and all that is doing is it returns us a new promise that resolves with set immediate, and this is like actually some fancy Jest stuff because Jest overrides set immediate and stuff. But all this does is it says, okay, process next tick kind of thing. On the next tick, let's continue on, because when we hit submit, it's actually going to say, hey Axios, I want to make a post with this information. We want all that stuff to resolve, so then we can start making our assertions. And this is one of the key pieces that differentiates this from unit test. Is normally with the unit test, you'd have access to that promise, you'd get it back or something, and then you'd be able to wait for that promise to be done. And, but with integration tests, it's a lot more about side effects and doing stuff and then seeing what the side effects of those actions were. So then we can get the post spy, and we can verify it was called once, and it was called with the user information that we provided, that we entered, and then also that our local storage was updated with our jot token. So it would be great if you could do the login test right now, but we really just don't have time to be able to get that and the end-to-end, and I really want to get the end-to-end stuff. So feel free to do that later. It's a good exercise. Does anyone have any questions before about integration tests with on the client side before we move on? Is everybody like super dead by now? Like way too much information for one day? I am. Yeah, okay. Cool. So, yeah. Sure. Yeah, well, I would definitely say that first is that like don't get too hung up on code coverage. But with this kind of an integration test, I am getting coverage for like for example, this register is a connected component, and it's mapping props to dispatch or whatever. Yeah, dispatch to props, I think, whatever. So we are getting coverage on that submit. That will call a function which dispatches, and we get coverage on that. So you could feasibly get total coverage on everything for a React component using integration tests like this.
So our problem might just be we don't have the part right. So.
Yeah, yeah, and you can look at this as an example of how to do that. Alrighty, so prepare yourselves. This part is really cool. Yeah, maybe I've hyped it up too much. So here's what we've got. Basically, what we have is a really, really interesting and sort of complicated chain of scripts to make it so that we can spin up our application in a way that we can have like a dev mode kind of experience for testing. So the script I'm about to run will fire up our Mongo server and our Node server in watch mode and our client server in watch mode, so that we can make changes to the client and it updates even in the Cypress application. And then in addition to all of that, it fires up the Cypress application. So you can try to run this, and hopefully it all works for you. So we'll do npm start e2e.dev. npm start e2e dev.
Oh, are you using Office?
Yeah.
Did you know that if you command L at the
No. I may have disabled that on accident or something.
yeah, okay. So like L.
I should look into how. Okay, so if it works for you, you should have this application open, and it might be asking you to log in. Is anybody there? Yeah, so you can log in with GitHub. I'm supposed to keep this on the down low, but registration is open right now. Normally you have to get early access and stuff, but they opened it for me for this workshop. So thank you. Don't tweet that, you 5 people watching online. And by the time this is on YouTube, registration will be closed again, so sorry. But soon, it will all be open. Okay, so once you log in, then you'll want to click on this Add Project thing, and you'll go navigate to where your project is and click on Open for that project. And so you'll just click straight on the testing workshop, the root directory. That's where our Cypress stuff is. Is everybody there? Anybody there? What was that?
Yeah.
Kicked you out. Ryan.
Or you can sell.
Yeah, it's not starting. So if it's not starting, it could be that Cypress needs to install. And normally it should do that automatically. But if not, then you can you can go to cypress.io and look in the docs for installing and running. I'll just actually paste this in the chat. And follow these instructions to install the app. But in any case, once you eventually hopefully get this and you added the project, then you can click on the project here and it will show you the integration tests. It calls them integration tests, but they're actually end-to-end tests. And I think that they're planning on changing it to just say it, end-to-end. Because most people use it with end-to-end tests. Okay, so a couple of things in here, but we're just going to run the tests and you can watch and see. This is pretty cool, so you want to look up and watch. So I click on Run All Tests, and it pops up this almost Chrome-like looking thing. And it starts this little spinner thing, posts. I'm not sure why, but it takes a while for the test to actually get going. And then it sometimes refreshes randomly. But once it gets going, it's pretty cool to watch. Okay, so it's generating a post right now, and it's changing the post contents, and it verified that smoke test. Oh yeah, and I removed a couple of the user tests. So that's pretty neat. Let's explore this thing really quick. This is actually like Chrome inside of Chrome. This is an Electron app. So this is not the Selenium of your dreams. This is so much better. You can open up the DevTools, and the console that you're looking at right here is actually the console for the Chrome app, but you also the console for your app, and you can start interacting with your app and your app's tests as well. So you'll see like our Redux logs in here and all of that. We can also like select our own DOM nodes and see what it actually looks like at this point in the application. Even more than that, like something that's super, super cool is I can pop open each one of these individual tests, and as I hover over things, it'll show me a snapshot of what the DOM looked like at that point in the test. So hey, it's clicking on this and it's entering information, then it clicks on the data test description, and it enters in that text, and so on and so forth. And I can, right, yeah, it actually, it's a DOM snapshot. In fact, if we were to look in our DevTools, we'd see the DOM being updated as I hover. So we can look at our assertions. Here it highlights the thing that we're asserting. And yeah, this thing is just like magical. It is so cool. Cypress. Yeah. Right here, it actually is showing that we made an XHR request. And it's showing before the request and after. So we can see, okay, we loaded all the posts, and then we loaded that into the DOM. We rendered that to the DOM. So yeah, this thing is so sick. Yeah, writing tests for this is a bajillion times easier than our Selenium friends. So actually, this is yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So let's talk about some of the trade-offs here, and some of the reasons why my team isn't actually adopting this yet. So as cool as this is, and let me tell you, this is cool. Like, let me start off with why some of the reasons why this is so great. Brian Mann, the CEO of Cypress. Cypress is actually a company. They're building this open source thing. They're going to release it really soon, and then they'll have services that integrate really well with it, and that's their business model. So Brian often talks about Selenium as an attempt to take a stateless tool to test a stateful application. And that is one of the things that makes it really hard, because what happens with Selenium is you kind of fire off this firework, and it explodes, and you get like a brief moment where you can see what's going on in the world. And then you go back to your stateless situation. And then you fire off something else, like, okay, click the button, poof, I see everything, okay, now I'm back. And it results in you having to build all these abstractions around waiting for things to happen. Oh, is that thing there yet? Oh, no, is that thing there yet? This is one of the things that makes end-to-end tests so flaky and like hard to write, and people don't like writing them. With Cypress, instead of having it be like a separate thing that you reach into the browser, it actually is the browser. And so your code is running in the same context as the application. So if the application adds something to window, you can actually grab that thing. And so like this comes with some what's the word I'm looking for? Foot guns. Like you can shoot yourself in the foot by like tying your test too much to some implementation details, or even things that wouldn't be a reality in production. And so you could let some things slip. So there's a trade-off there. But if you have a little bit of control over yourself there, it is a really, really powerful way to work with tests. So Cypress has the ability to know exactly when XHRs are completed. So it like mocks out all the XHR stuff. And so like it all still works, and it knows when those things are completed. And that's why in our test here we can see, hey, you made a GET request. I know when that finished, and then you can move on.
So that's
yeah.
stubbed out, or that's actually
It actually, yeah. But Cypress has a proxy, basically. Yeah. And so, like lots of these things that, because Cypress is the way that it is, it enables writing tests in a much more simple way. And it comes with kind of this idea of a queuing system, which we can talk about later. So some of the drawbacks of Cypress right now. First of all, I'm glad that we're all on Mac computers, because this Cypress application doesn't support Windows yet, which is a real downer. But like you can do a Linux VM and stuff. You can still run Cypress in headless mode, so it works like perfectly fine on CI, even if it's Windows CI or whatever. Like that works fine. But using the application, which is one of the real wins of Cypress, that's limited to Macs and Linux for right now.
Do you test different browsers in this?
And that's the other trade-off. So right now, there's Brian has told me there's nothing to say that they won't be able to in the future, and they've written it in a way that they could make it support other browsers in the future. But right now, Cypress only supports Chrome. And that's kind of a big trade-off for our team.
Yeah.
Brian asserts that that isn't all that as important as it used to be. And I agree with him. Most of the, you can get 95% of the way there on your end-to-end tests, and the last 5% are the weird browser differences and quirks. And so that's why it's been a lower priority for them. But at the same time, it's some members of my team have a hard time reconciling that pretty significant trade-off. So that's one of the reasons we're not going to really look into this too far. Let's see. Oh, another thing is that right now it doesn't run on Sauce Labs, and so you could eventually the hope is to have it integrate with Sauce Labs, and so you can run it across a browser matrix, but that's currently not supported by Cypress. So that's also kind of a drawback. But all of those other things considered, authoring and running and the experience of tests with Cypress is so far above and beyond anything else that I'm really sad that we're not using Cypress right now. So all that said, do you want to see some code? Okay, so there is configuration, and I'm not going to show you too much. Oh, nice, it added the fixtures back. Thanks a lot. But one of the things that Cypress does so many things, so I'm going to just continue to the code here. Here, let's see, we have the smoke test and this post, but the unit or the user's test I have blank, so you can hopefully we can have some time for you to look at that. We'll see. So here's the post spec. We have this generate article data. This is the same function that we use to generate the article data for our when we load the database, when you set this up in the first place. And then we have this utils folder. I'm not going to dive into what this is doing because, again, while I'm trying to demo to use Cypress and show you what the world could be like, I'm still trying to be a little bit more principles-based, so I'm not going to dive too far into the implementation details of some of these things. We also have that cell function, that selector. This is why having that data test attribute is so awesome. You ship that to production, you can run your end-to-end tests on production, which is pretty legit. And then there's this visit app abstraction, because when you fire up Cypress, it starts on a blank page, and you have to tell it to go to your application. You could test Google.com. You could test anything, and Cypress can do some pretty awesome stuff. Even if it's not your own application. So yeah, visit app is going to do that and allow you to navigate to a specific route in your app. Login as new user. So in end-to-end tests, you definitely want to have an end-to-end test for creating a new user and then logging in with that user and then deleting your account. All of those things are very useful to have. But if we had to go through the login, create user login process for every single test, that would make our test really slow and not provide a whole lot of value. So this login as new user function actually just creates a brand new user, hits the sign up endpoint directly with an XHR, and then gives you that user's token. Sticks that user's token in local storage. And then every request that you make is authenticated. So it's the fastest way possible that you can create a brand new user and log in so that you can start doing your test. Okay, so the test, they actually are using Mocha. I think it's actually a fork of Mocha that they have for themselves. And so it should feel fairly familiar if you use Mocha. You have your describe blocks, you have it blocks, you have before each, you have before all of that stuff that is supported by Mocha is in here. The one difference, yeah, so the one difference is every single test is asynchronous, and you don't have to return anything. So here's the thing. And this is like something that is kind of hard to grok, or it was for me at first. So everything's asynchronous, but nothing can happen at the same time. So if you stop and think about it for a second, if I'm a user, I can't do two things at once. I can't click on a button and click on this other button, right? And so what Cypress does is it's promise-based, but it overloads the promise to actually make it a queue. So when you say, and pretty much like every operation that you do with Cypress, so this global sci thing that we'll talk about in a sec, sci.get, and then this click, and then this other sci.get, all of these things are asynchronous operations, but Cypress queues them up. And it says, okay, after you're finished doing this thing, then do this thing. And so what's cool about that is you can write your code in an almost synchronous looking fashion. And what you're doing is you're just simply queuing up actions. And so when you say, hey, sci.get the submit button, if that submit button hasn't loaded yet because you're in the middle of an animation or you're like navigating somewhere or something, Cypress will just wait for you. And it knows when that submit button shows up, and then it'll run the next thing in the queue. And it waits for 4 seconds to do that. But all of that happens under the hood, and it's pretty awesome. And you can override how long it takes. Like let's say you have a really long animation or something. I think you have like sci.wait if you wanted to do that. But at least you don't have to like yourself say, okay, is the button there? Is the button there? Is the button there? No more. So that's nice. Yeah.
I have a question. Once you click it, don't you need to do like assert something that where is that going to happen?
Yeah. So we have our assertions kind of hidden in these abstractions.
Oh, okay.
So validate post details because we want to validate the post details twice. So sorry, I should describe this test. It allows you to create new posts and edit them. I like to get more bang for my buck in a single test. So yeah, this validate post details. Well, here, let's look at those abstractions really quick. Or let's just follow the code.
Yeah.
So first, what we're doing here is we generate article data. We just create a random article, and I take the body and I make it only 10 characters long because I don't want to wait for the typing of like 100 characters or something. And then we go to the app. And all of this happens after we've logged in as a new user. So then we go to the app at the editor route. We fill in our details, passing in like the things we want. And let's actually dive into that. So here with Cypress, we're going to say, okay, sci.get. So every step of this is queued up in this asynchronous thing. So it says, get this thing, then type in this. Then get this thing, then type in this. Then get this thing, then type in this. This select all thing that you're seeing here is actually special syntax. You can see in the Cypress docs. But it's saying type in select all. So the first thing you're going to do is like select all. And then you're going to continue typing these characters. And so this way, if it has something in it, it just clears it out, types something new. And you can see that. I'll rerun the test again once we've walked through the code, and you can see that happen. So then once you're finished with that, we have another thing that we queued up, and that is getting the description. So that's moving focus to that description. And then once that's happened, let's queue up typing. We'll select all and type that. And then that's queued up, and we type that. And then the cool thing is, once you understand the queuing nature of this, then this makes more sense. But we don't have to continue to chain off of the same thing. We just queue something outside. And so for each item in the tag list, we'll go get the tags, we'll type it in, and then we'll hit enter. And each one of these is just queued up, queued up, queued up, queued up. And Cypress takes care of running through that queue for us. So then we're going to click on the submit button. So we queue up select of the submit. And remember, this select is getting the data test attribute thing, right? So that's that's the best. That is the way to do that. And we click on that. But remember, all of this code is running synchronously. So that is just another thing that we've queued up. And then we're going to queue up validating post details. And so what actually happens when we click on submit is it takes us to the post page. And so when we say, hey, let's go get the title, we'll select the title. This is on that new page, and it's going to wait until it finds that title on that new page. And so this is where we're making our assertions. We say the title should contain text. And this is actually something you kind of have to get used to, this assertion style, but it's supposed to sort of mirror chai assertions. I think it looks kind of funny, but they have to do it this way so they can queue things properly. So anyway, we're saying the title should contain the title, and the body should contain the body with the new line. And then for each of the tags, let's find that tag, make sure, and make sure that it contains the right text. So then, once we validated the post, we're going to click on or queue up another get to get the edit button. Then we click on that, and that will take us to a new page. And here are the new details, where we're just adding an underscore to all of the things, just to change it. And then we fill in the post details again. So we select all, type it in, select all, type it in. And then we queue up clicking the submit button, and then we validate the post details with those new changes. And that is the whole test for post spec. So let's run that again. Just like, I'm pretty sure there's a way to just run that one. Here we go. I'm pretty sure that Brian is going to watch this and be like, oh, dude, Kent, there's a reason why it's doing this refreshing thing for you. But it seems like it always refreshes every time I start new tests. And it takes like forever to start. When I started doing this, it didn't take forever. I just did something wrong. So there you go. So we created that new user. That all kind of happened behind the scenes. And then we went to the editor. And we got the title, typed it. We made our assertions that the title on the post page was what we typed, and the description. And then we went back to the edit page, made some edits, and then asserted again. Like magic. So the debugging experience for something like this, let's say we break something to contain text, title, hi. Because I have this all running in dev mode, it actually refreshed automatically for me, which is pretty neat. So I'm watching this happen. Now we're going to go and validate, and it breaks. It's waiting for a couple seconds to see, oh, maybe it's going to be eventually or something, and then it breaks and it says, hey, this isn't what it was supposed to be. Timed out retrying, expect H1 to have text hacking the solid state alarm like it's SSD high, but it didn't have the high part. So let's debug this a little bit. If we click on the failed assertion, right there, that's going to show us what the DOM looked like at that point in time, but it also is going to log out some interesting stuff, information at that point in time when everything failed. So the command was to assert something. The message and the error are available there, and then it can give us the subject, and we can see, oh, there's my H1 here, and if I zoom out, I can see that H1 in the document. Pretty sure I can say reveal an elements panel. Nope, that didn't work. Well, snap. I don't know why that didn't work. It should work. Okay, inspect. There we go. Yeah, Brian's going to watch this and be like, oh, Kent, no, that doesn't work that way. Anyway, we can at least see what the DOM looks like. That's weird. Oh, here we go. It's in the iframe. Maybe. It's in here somewhere. But in any case, we can see what the subject was. We can see the context and the selector. So like it makes it pretty straightforward to debug these tests. Like just being able to look and see what it looked like is such a huge win over Selenium. Selenium is just like, log this out. Good luck. So let's take that even a step further. let me show you something else that is pretty cool. Oh, I just did the wrong thing. Damn it. I want to reveal this in Finder. We're going to go to this videos folder. And as soon as it finally starts, it actually recorded a video of the whole experience. So yeah, that's pretty awesome. Yeah. So this is the last test run of the full test suite that includes like users and everything. This is my validation script. And so like you can imagine this is running on CI, it generates the video, and you upload that video to Amazon S3 or whatever we do here. I don't know where we put stuff, but but yeah, we put that somewhere, and we could go see what like if there was a failure, we'd see it right here. Oh, there's that failure. That's what it looks like when it failed. It's because this content didn't load. So despite all of the trade-offs that you make, Cypress comes with some pretty significant improvements to our current story. I haven't even gotten into the really amazing mocking capabilities that it has built in itself. You could, like instead of creating an actual new user, you could create a fake user on the client side and just like mock out all of the XHRs and stuff. So you could actually do unit integration and end-to-end tests all with Cypress. The reason I wouldn't do that is because it like iteration cycle is pretty slow. You have to like pull up the full browser and stuff. But for end-to-end tests, there's no other answer in my opinion. Yeah.
Can you just Cypress? Is it possible? No, yes. I want to check if this CSS file.
Yeah. So I don't know if it like gives you like privileged access to the network panel or anything, like any more access than you would have if you were just in a regular application trying to get that kind of access. But like if you wanted to,
things like when I click this, do it actually trigger instructions?
Yes, you could totally do something like that. Yep.
So, because our app is browser, like it runs on Firefox and Chrome, and yes, I use it on less, but how would you, if you did use this, the only option is to do manual and less.
Yeah.
That, right?
Yeah.
Do you think it's a good trade-off for?
So, I'm kind of like half and half on that. So the trade-off is that you don't get to cover those browsers in those edge cases. But the longer time goes, the fewer those edge cases are. So, for example, do you expect that your login form won't work in Internet Explorer or Firefox if it works in Chrome? Like the login flow will probably work in all browsers if it works in one. And so like it's just how willing are you to rely on that probably. And so like I'm not going to tell you what the answer is, but just the fact that there is a trade-off. And it's not always the easiest trade-off to consider, but
Yeah, because we've had issues where in IE, because we forgot to polyfill something, we couldn't click on a button and we didn't really find it until the last minute. Oh, let's test on IE.
Yeah. See that, and on the P2P team, we've also had issues where, and it's mostly stuff like that where we forget to make our app work for older browsers in that way. And so, yeah, for us who have to support IE10 or even IE9, maybe for some of us, then Cypress might not be the right answer. Either that or you would just have to have some form of testing to make sure that Internet Explorer gets loaded with all those special things that we do for IE to make it more modern. And that might be a reasonable, or that like adding that kind of testing, just that extra stuff might make it reasonable enough to use Cypress for most things. So
yeah, I'm just like thinking about how I would justify this. To ask about this, and I'm like, well, we could have like 4 Selenium tests that sort of test some things in all browsers, or we can have like 400 of these tests that like probably would mostly cover everything guaranteed in Chrome, and then there's like a tiny chance that it would work.
And I would say, why not have those 4 Selenium tests in addition to all of these extra Cypress tests?
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
So,
or if you don't want Selenium, just make sure every time you do a UI change, you test in every browser. I don't know if that might.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting because like as the tooling gets so good, where like Babel can automatically like transpile everything down, and like add polyfills automatically and stuff. Like at what point does this become less and less of an issue, right? Like this whole cross-browser. But I think we're getting to this point where they're finally becoming unified. Opera is no longer creating their own web.
Yeah. So I like these trade-offs are something to consider for sure. But yeah, one other thing that I didn't demo here that I probably should is that like this is an app and it's totally functional. Like I can actually do stuff and it'll tell me that stuff's going on, and I can like go to my settings. I can do anything that I want, and I can inspect it and be like, oh, okay, here's my row.
Can you record what you're doing and create a test?
Yeah. That's like the dream, right? I don't know if that. So it does actually record what's happening as I'm going. So I could say like
That's actually super cool.
hit update, and it like records all those things that are happening. So I'm not sure. There might be a way to say, okay, now take all these things that happen and make me a test out of it. I think there is stuff going on in the maybe in the console. No. Yeah.
Like imagine like all the data test elements are like in a different color, and then so whenever you interact with any of those things, like it automatically records them.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You could totally do something like that. So
Is it possible to actually, when you're doing this, actually go to the network, or when we do this get call, usually we have a debugger. When we do in live, right? Like half the time, someone forgets to get a debug ID, right? So if we're trying to represent it online, is it possible to get that debug ID from network or something like that?
the debug ID, I'm not.
So PayPal adds a header, PayPal debug ID, where you can go to cal and find out what happened in the backend. Is that possible?
So well, you can look in the network tab and see all the requests that are happening here. So you could see the headers and everything.
Yeah.
Is that what you're?
Like, yes, but if there's a video which is done, and then I will.
Oh, the video.
Yeah.
That actually. So one additional thing that you can do with Cypress is they keep track of like Brian says it's a silly amount of logs, like an insane amount of logs that they keep track of, and you could take those logs and pipe them to somewhere, and then you could filter it out and get all the info. So I didn't mean for this to be like a Cypress pitch. I was really trying to be more principles of end-to-end testing, but it kind of ended up being more Cypress focused. So we don't really have any time to actually write out this user spec, but if you wanted to play around with it, this would be a really cool thing to do. I'll just like really quickly make like one quick assertion here, and also review my notes so that I know what I'm doing. So here we're going to allow you or like we'll just go to the login page or the sign up page and fill out stuff. We won't actually do much more than that. So it should allow you to or sign up, and we'll get a username, email, and password from our get random user data. We'll get that from import get random user data from utils. So, and that thing is fairly straightforward. It generates a random password for you, and then it generates random user data and gives you back that user with the password. So we have all of that information. Now, let's use Cypress to visit our app. And that'll just go to the root of our app. And then get, here, let's get that selector helper. Select the sign up link. You'll just have to trust me that exists. And then we'll click on that. And then we'll get a form. Well, actually, we probably be fine without the form prefix. We'll just say cell username. And here we'll type that email. Oh, sorry, no, that is username. And then we'll do name. There we go. And then we'll do our email. We'll type the email address, and then password, and we'll type the password. And we'll just leave it at that. And then here I'm just going to close this, and I'll run the user spec. Assuming that works. Here, stop. There we go. Okay, so it's going to run our users spec that we just wrote a test for. This is going to be great because Brian's going to watch this and be like, oh man, I need to fix this for you before next week. There we go. Cool. So we generated a random user and we found all those things and filled them in. And like, it took me a while to get used to this API, but once I stopped thinking of it as promises with weird functions I can call and started thinking of it as queuing up things, it became so much easier. So like I could actually change this and just add sci in the middle of this. And sci right there and save and format. Like just throw it anywhere. Just queuing it up. Cool. And then like ultimately we'd say sci.get that form, the overarching form, and click or submit that form. And if we save that, then eventually we'll run. You cannot call side type. Oh, yeah. Actually, this is one thing that is a little bit confusing. You have this idea or this concept of changing the subject, which I'll be honest, I don't totally understand. So that we're just gonna change this here really quick. Get rid of that. There we go. Let's try that again. Yeah. Yeah, and I still don't quite get it, but this will work. So, poof, we logged in, and then we can make some assertions. So, that's that. Have fun finishing that. You can write your own assertions and whatnot. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
So I think when you go to the page, how do you, I know the functions say like it's now functioning, but how does it know like once it gets to this page?
So you say, hey Cypress, go visit my app, or I think let me show you what the actual function is. I have this helper thing and utils. Visit app. Yeah, I'm doing some special things because the URL is different in dev mode and production mode, which I probably should fix. And also, like, you can specify API URL using the query string, and so that's why this thing exists. But the actual call is sci.visit, and you give it the full URL. Yep. And so, and at any point you say sci.visit, and that adds it to the queue. Anything else you call after that, it's just waiting for that visit to finish, which makes it like really easy to write these tests. Okay, so one last thing yeah, I just really appreciate you all coming. We didn't get to talk about fixing bugs, which is too bad. I just kind of forgot about that. But I just want to say thank you very much for coming. I really, really hope that this was helpful. Yeah, please send me feedback. I'll paste this in the chat, and I'll probably send an email for those who had to leave with links and things. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.